Hello and welcome. Today is the first of 4 days of pre-trial hearings for former President Rodrigo Duterte at the International Criminal Court. I am John Neri and this is the Rappler special coverage. With me in the studio are Rappler reporter Jairo Boliedo and former Supreme Court spokesperson and Flag Interim Chair Attorney Ted Te. Reporting live from The Hague are Rappler reporter Lian Buwan and correspondent Michelle Abad. You can join this conversation by posting your questions or insights in the Justice and Crime chat room of the Rappler app. You can scan the QR codes below. At the right time, we will go through the chat room comments and read out some of them. Michelle Abad is outside the court. Michelle, what's happening outside the ICC right now?
Good morning, John. Yes, I'm here outside the ICC in The Hague. I apologize in advance if my voice is shaking because it's quite literally freezing. Right now, as I know, the hearing has just started and some pro-Duterte groups are gathering outside here in The Hague. It's been quite a lively scene at the ICC this morning, and it was a build-up from yesterday and even days before. Yesterday, I was actually at Duterte Street, the so-called Duterte Street, which is like a cordon-off area, which is outside the ICC detention center. Some of the Filipinos who were not able to come today because of work were gathering there yesterday. And so today, there were numerous mobilizations outside here in the ICC. The first group that was able to acquire a permit earlier today were the groups that are critical of Duterte. And even before sunrise, they were already here. I got here around 7:30. The sun was not up yet. And a few groups had started to come in, especially those who had wanted to go into the ICC and get a glimpse of themselves, personal witness of the hearing. There were some that traveled from different countries, from Asia, even also those from the Philippines that came all the way here today. And each of them had permits to protest in front of the ICC. Earlier around 8 a.m., the Duterte Panagutan Network Europe, which is the groups that were critical of Duterte, were here. And they were calling for the charges to be confirmed and for the trial to proceed for Rodrigo Duterte on his 3 counts of murder for crimes against humanity. Some of the victims' families came here to speak as well. For one, Shira Escudero, who arrived here, she talked about her brother who was found dead from Duterte's drug war with packaging tape around his head. There were a mother whose 2 sons were killed in the drug war, and they continue to tell their stories. Also, they said under Marcos, even though Duterte's term had finished years ago, that killings and impunity, as long as the systems of corruption have continued, even under President Marcos. So far, it has been peaceful. During the anti-Duterte rally, the pro-Duterte groups were just standing at the back watching, although some of the vloggers were live, also broadcasting the anti-Duterte rallies. You could see from the comments that, they were sort of making fun of each other, but there were no upfront violent or intense confrontations just yet. So as of right now, it's 10 a.m. here, and the pro-Duterte supporters are here, and they're also calling for the trial to maybe not necessarily start, of course, because they believe in the innocence of the former president. John?
In terms of security, how does it look like? I mean, are there any tensions that might spill out into, some confrontation? Is there enough police presence?
It's not a very big police presence, although I did see some of the groups that were not, they didn't have permits to gather outside. They were just gently told by some of the police surrounding the area to disperse. Although from the briefing that we had with the ICC before this, they are expecting a lot of people to come, especially today for the first day. But so far, nothing too tense.
One last question, Michelle, before we let you go for now. You did say Duterte Street. That's where the Duterte supporters congregate. That's about 20 minutes away. How are they? What's the scene like there? How are they going to access the live stream? Did someone put up a big screen or whatever?
So far for today, I haven't been to Duterte Street, but from what I heard from some of the community leaders here, a lot of them are really opting to not attend the hearing in person inside the ICC because when you go into the public gallery, it's no cell phone zone. So they won't be able to broadcast to their viewers who are hoping to get some updates from them. So it's a lot of them will be outside and they will be following the hearing from outside.
You have a question for? All right, Michelle, thank you. We'll see you again.
All right, thank you.
Jairo, who would have thought that this day has come? But back here in the Philippines, Duterte supporters went to the Supreme Court this morning. What was that about?
Yeah, itong grupo ng mga Duterte supporters, they went to the Supreme Court this morning. Originally, they were assembling at 8 a.m. We were expecting, a lot of supporters from Duterte, especially given the continued influence of the former president and his family. But until 10:30, 11 a.m., hindi pa rin masyadong marami yung tao, hindi masyadong kumapal yung tao as expected. But I think they were able to gather at least 200 people in front of the Supreme Court. So these are, as they call themselves, individual supporters of the president. They were claiming they were not, funded by any politicians. They were not funded by any groups, but they went there as individual supporters of the president. So basically, they submitted a signature campaign to the Supreme Court, urging the High Court to finally act on or finalize the decision, or at least act on the pending petitions related to the arrest of the former president. And another group led by former retired police generals are also urging the Supreme Court to act on other cases not necessarily related to Duterte, but were filed by the camp of Duterte, including the GAA petition filed by the camp of former president. But generally, gusto nila na mag-act na itong Supreme Court dun sa pending pa rin na habeas corpus petition nung tatlong anak ng former president. For context, the children of the former president filed a habeas corpus petition. This is an extraordinary legal remedy often sought by activists under the time of Duterte. How ironic, right? But they were using the same legal remedy, invoking the same legal remedy to, bring back the former president back here. But as international law experts say, the problem with that is that the habeas corpus is premised on the fact that that person should be here in the jurisdiction of the country, but Duterte is not there. From what we're seeing, they just want the Supreme Court to rule on the facts and on the decision itself, but not necessarily bring back Duterte, because that would be an impossible feat given that Duterte is currently at the Hague, in the Hague, in the Netherlands. So far, tinanong natin yung si spokesperson Camille Ting what would happen to the signature campaign. Her response to us ay sabi niya, tingnan lang natin yung aksyon ng korte. But for now, the latest update kasi doon sa mga petitions ay hininga ng comment yung mga partido, including the Office of the Solicitor General as the government's counsel to reply on the petitions filed by the Duterte children.
Attorney Ted, will this and other initiatives by Duterte supporters have any impact on the pre-trial hearing?
No, realistically none. I think, habeas corpus is a remedy for inquiring into the legality of an arrest. No? But realistically, because Mr. Duterte is in The Hague, and the processes of the court, even the Supreme Court, are territorial. They do not extend beyond the territory of the Philippines. It is really, in a sense, impracticable, even assuming, for the sake of argument, the court would want to look at a remedy. Realistically, because Duterte is in The Hague, and habeas corpus cannot be served on the ICC. So, impracticable talaga siya. So, it's an academic discussion that might arise. If the court should decide to resolve it, it will be an academic discussion whether or not habeas corpus would lie to give a remedy to someone who is detained by an international court. So, yeah.
Would it have an indirect impact on possible cases, the possible arrest of the other co-perpetrators who had just been named?
Well, again, only as maybe as an academic or theoretical point, because for example, for those who have already been named, no, they cannot seek habeas corpus unless they have actually been detained. And if they have been detained by the ICC and brought to the Hague, they will be in the same exact position as Duterte. No? So again, theoretical siya. No? It works if yung arrest ay nandito at dito siya nakadetain. No? But dahil nasa labas, kung dadalhin siya diretso sa labas, no? I-aresto siya at katulad nung nangyari kay Duterte ay dalhin kagad sa labas, then wala na. Beyond the reach of habeas corpus na yan.
Back to the Hague.
Yeah.
No? Today is the first of 4 days.
Yeah?
Mostly to be taken up with opening statements. Can I ask both of you for your expectations? Attorney Ted first, and then Jairo.
Based on the...
What do you anticipate happening today? No?
Well, based on the program, official schedule or program that was released by the ICC, no? So there will probably be some preliminary matters first discussed.
Yes.
I think maraming pending na discuss. Among others, of course, yung availability, yung attendance ni Duterte himself. Although that has been ruled upon, no, but
if I'm not mistaken, that's the first half hour.
They will probably, discuss that. They will confirm it, that they will allow the confirmation proceedings to proceed despite the absence of Duterte, whether online or physically, kasi iba yung when he was presented as a result of the warrant, no, he appeared online.
Yeah.
But ito, talagang hindi siya a-appear kahit na online, no. So the ICC will probably spend some time to talk about that. Any other matters that may be considered pending, perhaps, they'll probably discuss that.
Okay.
And then we'll proceed to the prosecution's opening statements. And then, kasunod niya, if I remember correctly, are the victims.
Yeah.
And then the defense.
That's right.
And then after that, we will hear the merits. And yun sa merits, probably towards the end of the to end of the session na.
Yeah.
That's the time that the prosecutor will then outline what his evidence will consist of, who his witnesses will be. He's not required to call a witness at that time, but he will name. No? And so dito makikita yung teorya. No? Right now, we know the charge. It's murder as a crime against humanity, 3 counts.
3 counts.
And then alam natin yung period. No? Pero hindi natin alam kung sino talaga yung magsasalita, sino magte-testify. Dito ilalabas ng prosecutor. So dito ngayon malalaman kung anong teorya ng prosecutor. At dito na rin makikita yung parang as an incident of that, no? Dito mo makikita kung sino pang ibang pwedeng madawit. Kasi if you recall, no, the whole thing is like a plan, di ba?
Yeah, the common plan.
Yeah, that's how the ICC painted it in the preliminary statement doon sa arrest, no? So, doon mo makikita kasi kung yung witness ay ipipresenta in relation to this particular period, then you already know the theory, no, as regards Duterte,
Okay.
di ba? So, nag-utos siya, hinayaan niyang mangyari o nagtayo siya ng body that allowed it to happen. More or less you have an idea sino kaya pwede madawit yan. So, I think that will be interesting to hear what the prosecutor will say in regards to the witnesses he will present.
Jairo, you covered the justice beat for so long.
Yeah.
What are you expecting?
Yeah, same expectations with Attorney Ted. Specifically, I am really interested on how the prosecution would provide detail, would provide enough details to describe yung kanilang mga allegations. Dun sa mga lesser redacted documents provided by the SC, may mention na ni Kian de los Santos,
Right.
may mention ng mga mayor's killings, Parohinog, Albuera incident. It's very important on how the ICC would, appreciate these evidence that we've been talking about, we've been writing about in the last few years, especially the case of Kian de los Santos, because especially on how the prosecution would use it, diba? Yung kanilang specific details, yung kanilang mga evidence na hawak-hawak nila doon. Very important kung paano madedetalye yun ng prosecution. Same with the case of the Parohinog and Albuera. Kasi mabibigyan nun ng parang, on a political perspective, mabibigyan nun yung mga tao na outside the Philippines, this is how an independent body sees the killings that happened in the Philippines. So that would give, the human rights organizations, the victims, more foundation dun sa kanilang mga allegations and sa kanilang mga hinaing laban kay Duterte. It's very important.
Let's go back to the opening statements. Half of today's 3 hours are reserved for, or is reserved for, the opening statements. Attorney Ted, what should we expect from this? Ito ba parang you have 30 minutes i-outline ba? What are we looking at?
We don't have this procedure in our courts, John, no? But in the United States, this is common. So it's really intended to paint a picture. It's really intended to present a theory, maybe even an image of the case that you want to present. No?
Okay.
So while there is no jury in the ICC, unlike in the American court system, no, the opening statement also details what you intend to prove, and it will give, siguro in broad strokes, no, what this case is all about, no. So mahalaga siya kasi dun mo makikita kung saan papunta yung prosecutor. In the same way, dun mo rin makikita kung saan papunta yung victims counsel, no, and then of course the defense, no. And banggitin ko na rin na during the confirmation hearings, no, under the rules, under the statute itself, under the Rome Statute, the Duterte and through his counsel, no, may actually object to the charges, no. Dito yung formal na marinig natin. Aside from all the noise that's been going around, diba? I mean, informal noise yan eh. Kasi, in a sense, there's a narrative that's being written, no? But dito, legal yung ground, no? Ano yung ilalaban nila dun sa sasabihin ng prosecutor, right? Is it plain denial? Is it wala akong kinalaman dyan? Or hindi nangyari yan? No, I mean, ngayon natin marinig from Kaufman, no? The counsel of Duterte, what the position of the defense is in relation to these charges, kasi ngayon, specific na yung charges. At malalaman na niya kung sino yung victim involved, sino yung witness who will attest to the particular murder or murders, no, within this span, no. So mahalaga yon kasi yung sa opening statement ni Kaufman, no, for Duterte, i-outline na niya diyan kung ano yung teorya niya, no. So we have not heard that because the only things we've heard are really the color, no, the health, politics, lack of jurisdiction, but yung nitty-gritty, walang choice si Kaufman eh. He will have to say it eh. Kasi ito na yung sasabihin ng prosecution eh.
Before I go to Jairo, you did bring up Duterte and his health issues, and then Kaufman. Kaufman said he will not allow the critics of Duterte to see him in his state, no, old and frail. I don't know whether that's part of the opening statement as well, no. But Lian Buwan was able to interview Kaufman, the main counsel of Duterte, a few days ago. Let's listen in to the recording.
You visited the former president yesterday. How is he?
He is, as usual, in good spirits. He is afflicted with all the conditions one would normally expect of an 80-year-old. And his medical history is really not much of a secret any longer, given the fact that it's been extensively litigated and all the various medical reports have been analysed and dissected in court documents.
Well, some say, wouldn't you want him to appear to show the people that you are in fact telling the truth, that is cognitively impaired?
I can assure you that he is considerably weaker, considerably frailer, considerably greyer. He has collapsed at least twice whilst he's been in detention. That's not a secret. I've already mentioned it to the media. It's already been mentioned in court documentation. He is not what he was when he was illegally renditioned to the court. And his mental condition, as I've told you, has been extensively litigated. As I said, you're going to have to take my word on that. And I don't wish to present someone like that out of respect for him to the world, just so that he can have a finger wagged at him by legal representatives who rolled up at the court a few days ago, have not been exposed to the evidence, and are effectively going to be making some ceremonial declamatory speech about what happened during the years that Mr. Duterte was the president of the Philippines and the mayor of Davao.
Okay, you mentioned the legal representatives for victims. The PTC has also just denied your request to disqualify them. Reaction to that, and also reaction to what advocates are saying that these requests are delaying tactics on your part.
Well, it's certainly not delaying tactics, because I never asked to delay the confirmation proceedings as a result of my application to have those 2 legal representatives disqualified. There are 3 members of that legal representatives team, one of whom is Paulina Masada. She's been involved in the case for a substantial amount of time, and quite frankly, she has a far better understanding of the evidence and knowledge of the evidence than these 2 legal representatives who have virtually no knowledge of the evidence.
Just your reaction to the response of the prosecution to the waiver, specifically when they said that you continue to misrepresent the written records. I think they've mentioned that in some of their earlier responses to you.
Yeah, well, the prosecution always talk about counsel misrepresenting, about the vice president misinforming. Quite frankly, I've read their evidence, and I think the whole prosecution case against my client is a big misrepresentation of the truth. But then I'm not going to litigate it now. I'm going to litigate it in court.
Okay. It sounds like a lawyer with some political spin. I'm actually struck by what he said about physically, he was very specific, grayer, frailer, and so on. But mentally, all he says is that has been extensively litigated.
Yes.
Right? And they lost that part.
Yeah.
Right? How do we make sense of what he just said?
Ako personally, I think they're really banking on the emotional side and part of all this. They know that, very much the prosecution has a lot of evidence against them that they can be used against them. So, as apart from facing the actual problem, which is the ICC hearing, they're also thinking of other aspects of this, which is basically the political aspect of it. Locally in the Philippines, they bank on Duterte being frail to continue the support and the presence, their presence here in the Philippines. And isa sa mga indications that nakita natin yun, the very timely, the very, it's not accidental that Vice President Sara Duterte announced her bid for presidency days before the confirmation charges hearing of her father. So itong lahat ay for politics locally. That's how I see it. Especially on how the supporters are really into Duterte. Hindi na kasi nila, yung supporters kasi ni Duterte, they tend to be emotional sa pagtingin sa kanya. And nakikita din natin yun right after the announcement of yung bid ni Sara Duterte na activate again yung kanilang troll farms. Nakita natin na talagang the usual targets, tina-target na ulit. And they're banking on that emotional and political aspect of this. So that's what they're doing right now. Aside from facing the ICC charge itself, they're tinitingnan din nila yung political aspect of it.
Ted?
Yung sa akin kasi, I agree with that, no? But also from the point of view of counsel, no? I mean, Kaufman is for all of the flack he's been getting, he's a defense lawyer.
Yeah.
And it's expected that he will, throw the book and, talagang come up with anything that will really, help his client. And if possible, and any defense lawyer should already be thinking of the worst possible consequence, right? Conviction. And if he can, he can already lay the groundwork for mitigation of liability, mitigation of penalty. So, may isang aspetong ganyan na pwedeng tingnan eh. Kasi yung health na nire-raise nila, from a defense counsel standpoint, I'm not saying this is what Kaufman is doing, but from a defense counsel standpoint, ang benefit na makukuha mo doon is, for example, if it's shown that mentally the person cannot comprehend the charges, then hindi matutuloy yung trial, right? They tried that, hindi natuloy, right? Tuloy ang confirmation charge of charges, right? But for example, later on, should there be a conviction, pwede na erase yun na nag-deteriorate yung kanyang mental facilities, di ba? So, then there can be an argument against possible mitigation of the sentence. No? So I'm not saying he's doing that. No, I may be putting words into his mouth. I may be giving him theories that he hasn't even thought of. But from a defense counsel standpoint, kasama sa trabaho mo yun eh. Ililay mo yung basis, even if your client doesn't want it. Of course, any client will always say, inosente ako dyan, hindi ko ginawa yan. But trabaho ng defense counsel yan to say, pag na-convict ka, kailangan ko ilatag ito so that pag na-convict ka, pwede kong i-plead ito na para bumaba ng konti yung penalty mo.
Okay.
Possibly that's what he's doing. That's why he's insisting on that, no. But he lost the health argument, no. As you pointed out, the physical side, no. Madaling i-argue yun eh, na tumanda siya. But the mental part, no, wala siyang masabi kasi hindi niya ma-refute eh. Hindi ma-refute yung medical records. And in fact, the statement of Duterte himself, no, it sounded like him, when he was president, no? The bluster, the anger, even the appeal to emotion, using Bisaya. I mean, it sounded like him. So it sounded like, he hasn't missed a step. So I'm not too sure if it will work.
I think we're nearing the time when we will join the live cast. But I have one more question for you, Attorney Ted, no? So it's possible that in his opening statement, Kaufman will include the frailty part.
Posible yun.
But what about the rest of what he said about, these CLRVs, the common legal representatives of the victims? They're not.
That might be too granular, and he might not want to, antagonize the court outright by attacking the victims. My thinking, speculating what he'll say, he'll talk about health, and then he'll talk about jurisdiction. He'll raise jurisdiction. There they go.
Bian Abuan is already inside the court. We should be able to talk to her later. But the live stream from the ICC is here. Let's watch.
Be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
So, pwede na tayo magsalita, di ba?
Bonjour à tous.
Good morning to all. I would like to welcome all those inside and outside of this courtroom. Madam Courtroom Officer, could you please call the case?
Good morning, Madam President, Your Honors. Situation in the Republic of the Philippines in the case of the prosecutor versus Rodrigo Roa Duterte, case reference ICC 0121-0125, and for the record, we are in open session.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I am now going to ask the parties and participants to introduce themselves. Starting by Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Could I please ask you to introduce yourself and to confirm to me whether the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is correct? Thank you, Madam President. Your Honours. The Office of the Prosecutor is represented today by myself, I'm Niai, Deputy Prosecutor. By my side, I have James Miriti, Case Manager. I have Mr. Julian Nichols, Senior Trial Lawyer. And behind us, we have Mr. Edward Jeremy, Trial Lawyer, Madam Robin Croft, Trial Lawyer, Madam Maria Berdenikova, Trial Lawyer, and lastly, Hannah Allen, Associate Trial Lawyer. These are the individuals comprising our team today, and I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now, before moving on to the defence, I note that Mr. Duterte is not present in the courtroom today. Indeed, on the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber granted Mr. Duterte's request to waive his rights to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing. Pursuant to Article 61(2)(a) of the Rome Statute, and Rule 124 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence. In this decision, number 387, the Chamber concluded that the conditions contained in the provisions were fulfilled, namely that Mr. Duterte has the right and knows he has the right to be present at the confirmation of charges hearing and knows the consequences of waiving this right. However, Mr. Duterte's counsel is present today to represent him. Counsel, could you please introduce yourself and confirm to me that the list of your team members that I received before the hearing is indeed correct?
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, Your Honours. Indeed, the list before you is correct. May I introduce my team? To my left, I have Dr. Dov Jacobs. To my right, I have Ms. Havnit Sethi. Sitting next to her is Maître Alexandre Désève-Dabi. Behind him, Attorney David Rancati. Sitting next to him, Maître Sandrine de Sena. And our two further lawyers, we have Nicolas Rousseau and also Kaylin Chen. And if Your Honour will permit me, there are also Filipino attorneys who are attending and supporting us today, and I'll briefly mention their names. Maître Salvador Mediadea, who Your Honours are familiar with from the initial appearance, Attorney Martin Delgra, Attorney Silvestre Bello, Attorney Alfredo Lim, Attorney César Doulay, and of course, Attorney Salvador Panello. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître. J'ai envie de...
Thank you very much, Counsel. I would like to now call upon the legal representatives of victims to present them, to introduce themselves and confirm to me that the list of your team members I received before is correct.
Victims participating in this proceeding are represented today by Mr. Joel Butuyan, Mr. Gilbert Andres, myself, Paulina Masida, and I confirm the list of our jurists who assist us today as provided to the court officer. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Mas.
Thank you very much, Maître Masida. Thank you. On my right, I have Judge Rain Adelaide, and I have Judge Adelaide Sophie Alapina Gansu, and to my right I have Maria del Socorro Flores Liera. And I am Julia Antonuela Motok, and I am the presiding judge in Pre-Trial Chamber 1 of the court. This hearing concerns the confirmation of charges by the prosecution against Mr. Duterte. At this stage of pre-trial proceedings, the OTP alleges that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes that the court officer shall read out shortly. The Chamber shall not take any decision with regard to the guilt or innocence of Mr. Duterte during this hearing. Indeed, the role of the Chamber is to determine whether there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte committed the crimes with which he is charged. If all or part of the charges are confirmed, the Chamber will refer the case to trial, where the trial chamber will decide upon the innocence or guilt of Mr. Duterte. The general principles to be applied at the hearing are as follows. The suspect, in accordance with Article 66 of the Rome Statute, the suspect is considered to be innocent until his guilt has been proven by the court. The burden of proof is upon the OTP, which must produce sufficient evidence to prove the charges against Mr. Duterte at the required standard of proof, at Article 61, paragraph 7 of the Rome Statute. Finally, the defense enjoys, or the suspect enjoys, all the rights listed at Articles 61, paragraphs 6 and 67 of the Rome Statute. The hearing shall take place according to the schedule contained in the order dated the 26th of January 2026, document number 359. The parties and participants must respect the allocated speaking times indicated in this order. I would like to remind the parties and participants that oral remarks must be concise and that repetition of previously presented arguments should be avoided. In addition, in order to facilitate the work of the interpreters and ensure the proper transcription of discussions, please make sure that your microphone is on every time you address the court. And please speak slowly and mark pauses between each sentence. Generally speaking, the hearing will be held in open session, and parties and participants will refrain from mentioning the names of victims and witnesses. They will only refer to them by their pseudonym or their code. In order to avoid the disclosure of any confidential information, notably with regard to witnesses and victims, the parties and participants will clearly indicate whether their submissions can be presented in public or whether they deem it necessary to move into private session, notably when referring to items of evidence. The parties and participants will clearly indicate when it is no longer necessary to remain in private session. With these rules in place, we can now move to the reading of the charges in its shortened form, indicating the charges against Mr. Duterte. The full version is available publicly on the internet site of the court. The defense has not raised any objections in this regard. I would like to remind the public that the charges that shall be read out in a few seconds comprise allegations raised by the Office of the Prosecutor that the Chamber shall decide, that shall analyze in order to decide whether the evidence presented by the Office of the Prosecutor is sufficient in order for these charges to be confirmed. Madam Courtroom Officer, would you please read the charges?
The prosecution charges Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte with 2 counts of murder and 1 count of murder and attempted murder as a crimes against humanity committed between 2013 and around June 2016 and between around July 2016 and September 2018 in the Republic of the Philippines as follows. Count 1. Murder of 19 victims alleged to be criminals, including 3 children, who were killed in or around Davao City in the Philippines between 2013 and around 2016 by members of the Davao Death Squad, while Mr. Duterte was the mayor of the Davao City pursuant to Article 71A of the Rome Statute. Count 2. Murder of 14 victims labeled as high-value targets for their alleged criminality, who were killed in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and July 2017. by a network of perpetrators comprising state actors and others, referred to as the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Article 7(1)(a) of the Rome Statute. And count 3, murder and attempted murder of 45 victims, comprising 43 murders and 2 attempted murders of persons alleged to be criminals, including 3 children who were targeted in barangay clearance operations in locations across the Philippines between around July 2016 and September 2018 by members of the National Network, while Mr. Duterte was the President of the Philippines pursuant to Articles 7(1)(a) and 25(3)(f) in respect of the attempted murder of the Rome Statute. The prosecution alleges that Mr. Duterte is individually criminally responsible for all 3 of the above counts as follows. First, as an indirect co-perpetrator pursuant to Article 25(3)(a) of the Rome Statute. At least between 1st November 2011 and 16 March 2019, Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators shared a common plan to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including individuals perceived or alleged to be associated with drug use, sale, or production, through violent crimes including murder. Mr. Duterte and his co-perpetrators implemented this common plan through the hierarchically organized structures of the Davao City Police and Davao Death Squad, and then the National Network. Within the framework of the common plan, Mr. Duterte made essential contributions to the crimes in counts 1 to 3 by A. Designing and disseminating the police to neutralize alleged criminals, both in his role as a mayor of the Davao City and also during his presidential campaign and as a president, including by endorsing the anti-illegal drugs campaign Double Barrel. B. Establishing and overseeing the DDS. C. Instructing and authorizing violent acts, including murder, to be committed against alleged criminals, including alleged drug dealers and users. D. Providing personnel and other necessary logistic resources, such as weapons, including those to be used in the execution of the crimes. E. Appointing key personnel to positions which were crucial to the execution of the crimes. F. Offering financial incentives and promotions to police officers and hitmen to kill alleged criminals. G. Creating and maintaining a system in which perpetrators knew they would be protected, including through promises of immunity and shielding perpetrators from investigation and prosecutions. H. Making public statements authorizing, condoning, and encouraging killings of alleged criminals, both as a mayor of the Davao City and as a president of the Philippines. I. Authorizing state actors to take part in the anti-drugs campaign and temporarily revoking such authorization, including to placate public outcry. J. Publicly naming individuals and holding up charts from lists of alleged criminals, including so-called high-value targets, some of whom were subsequently killed. Second, in the alternative, Mr. Duterte is charged with ordering and/or inducing the charged crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(b) of the Rome Statute, and/or aiding and abetting these crimes pursuant to Article 25(3)(c) of the Rome Statute.
Merci, Madame la greffière.
Thank you, Madam Courtroom Officer. With regard to objections and observations under Rule 122, paragraph 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, the Chamber notes that the defense submitted a number of written observations, and the last of which was on the 16th of February 2026, to which the OTP and the legal representatives of victims responded, respectively, on the 17th and the 18th of February 2026. On the 20th of February 2026, the Chamber dismissed, in its public decision, the defence's objections. In specifying that the defense and the Office of the Prosecutor are not permitted to reiterate the same arguments already presented in the filings mentioned, that they filed to date in this case, I will now ask if the parties wish to make any oral submissions on this point before moving to the opening statements. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor? Mr. Nyang, we do not have any submissions to make in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Counsel?
Madam President, we have no observations.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Kaufmann. Donc, on peut maintenant passer à la phase.
So we can now move on to stage 2, namely the opening statements, and I hand over to the Office of the Prosecutor. Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, please.
Madam President, honorable member of the bench, all those following these proceedings inside the courtroom and outside, and especially those in the Philippines. Today marks an important day for international justice for the people of the Philippines, for the victims, and for this court. The commencement of the confirmation hearing against Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte is a reminder of the court's unwavering commitment to its mission to investigate and prosecute individuals for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community and to bring justice to the thousands of victims of the mass crimes and atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines. It is also a reminder that those in power are not above the law. Your Honors, over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, I will provide an overview of the evidence in this case that demonstrates that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the charged crimes. And my team will then develop aspects of this evidence in more details. This case before you today, it is before you today because there are substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for those 3 counts of murder just spelled out and attempted murder as crimes against humanity. These charged crimes were committed during the time within the court jurisdiction, which is between the 1st of November 2011 and the 16th of March 2019. At first, they were committed in and around Davao City, where Mr. Duterte was a mayor and then expanded across the rest of the Philippines when he became president. Mr. Duterte is charged with 49 incidents of murder and attempted murder of 78 victims, including children. These murders and attempted murders were part of a widespread and systematic attack that overall resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians across the country during the relevant time frame. Thus, the charged incidents are merely a fraction of the overall criminality that resulted from Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. What is Mr. Duterte's core contribution? Your Honors, Mr. Duterte played a pivotal role in the commission of the charged crimes. His contribution was essential, as he was at the very heart of the common plan to use his words, to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including through murders. The victim included individuals associated with or perceived to be associated with drugs. One of the first things Mr. Duterte did when he became the mayor of Davao back in 1988 was to create the infamous Davao Death Squad, otherwise known as DDS. As you will have seen from the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte personally instructed Death Squad members that their mission was to kill criminals and suspected criminals, including drug users and dealers, also referred to as drug pushers. The death squads carried out this mission well into the charge period through 2011 to 2016, perpetrating the crimes charged in count 1. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte's criminal plan and his intent were no secret. He not only shared them with his co-perpetrators and members of the death squad, but also made them abundantly clear to the general public in the numerous public statements that he made time and again. During his presidential campaign, Mr. Duterte explicitly vowed to implement the common plan to neutralize alleged criminal nationwide if elected. This was his program to be elected. He publicly announced his intention to eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs in 3 to 6 months. And this is what he said. I quote, "If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them." That's what he said. And this can be found at tab 12 of the prosecution list of material. Similarly, when speaking about druggies, I quote, in a televised interview in 2015, this is again what he said. "If I become president, you will all get wiped out. I will order your execution within 24 hours. That's what he said. That I quote directly from his word. And this quote can be found at tab 19.2 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 401684, page 003, and these are the lines 82 to 83. And elected he was. And becoming president on 13th of June 2016, this provided him with the opportunity to follow through with his promise and to expand extrajudicial killings of alleged criminals beyond Davao and across the rest of the Philippines. He did this through the implementation of the National Anti-Illegal Drug Campaign, better known as Duterte's War on Drug, and its project, Double Barrel. These were carried out by the national network consisting of law enforcement personnel working together with non-police assets and hitmen. Mr. Duterte authorized murder and personally selected some of the targets. During the mayoral period, when he was mayor, his clearance was required for the DDS to carry out the killings. Essentially, members of the DDS needed Mr. Duterte's green light to murder. And during the presidential period, Mr. Duterte has continued to personally identify some of the targets, including by publicly naming those he claimed were involved in illegal drug trade or in other forms of criminality. He also identified targets by holding up a list containing their name. And if you are on the list, you will be killed. And this was a word of one prosecution witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 54 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 000154886, page 0009, and the relevant lines are 260 to 261. Mr. Duterte provided moral and financial support to the direct perpetrators as well. In a 12 December 2016 speech, Mr. Duterte admitted that he used to ride around Davao on a motorcycle looking for trouble, so he could kill. And he said, and this again his own word I'm quoting here, in Davao, I used to do it personally, just to show the guy that if I can do it, why can't you? And these are his own words. And this quote can be found at tab 16.1 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP 000155547 at 0002 lines 7 and 8. And the evidence show that Mr. Duterte's Davao City Mayor office provided some member of the DDS with a regular salary. Financial rewards were also given to direct perpetrators in the form of cash per head of killing. And at a press conference, in 2013, Mr. Duterte stated that shoot to kill orders and reward are, and I quote him, are legitimate tools of government to fight lawlessness. This is his own word. And if he surrendered to me or his carcass dead, then I double the price. And again, yeah, and that was what he boasted. This quote can be found at tab 17.2 of the prosecution list of materials, PSL-OTP-000094932 at 0002, and the relevant lines are lines 7 to 11. Deaths of drug personalities killed in anti-drug operation were endorsed by Mr. Duterte's administration and listed as official accomplishment in public reporting. Your Honors, as you will have confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte also provided the direct perpetrators with weapons, ammunition, and logistical support to facilitate the commission of the charged crime. And he also had control, wide control over those crimes. And let me now turn specifically to that control. As mayor of Davao and later as president of the Philippines, Mr. Duterte wielded ultimate influence and authority over the physical perpetrators of the crimes. As mayor, Mr. Duterte was chief executive of the Davao city government, with responsibility for exercising general supervision and control over all its activities. He had formal operational supervision and control over National Police Unit in Davao. As creator and head of the DDS, he also had de facto control over the death squad's members. When Mr. Duterte became president on the 30th of June 2016, he sat at the very apex of the political power structure in the Philippines. He became the head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief of all armed forces of the Philippines. He also became the leader of the country's police forces. This level of authority allowed him to wield de jure and de facto control over those implementing the common plan nationwide. Mr. Duterte's control over the crime is also apparent from his ability to interrupt their commission when he so chooses. And as outlined in our reconfirmation brief, he successfully suspended police anti-illegal drug operation on 2 occasions following public outcries in response to particularly notorious killings. On both occasions, the number of reported killings dropped significantly during the suspension, showcasing his control. So when he asks people to act, they act. When he asks them to refrain, they do so. So they oblige. So Mr. Duterte was well aware of the authority he had over the perpetrators. In a speech given to the National Bureau of Investigation in November 2016, he expressly acknowledged his position of power. And this is what he said. To the military, I am commander-in-chief. On the civilian side, I am the chief executive of the government. And when talking about the police, this is what he said. They are my subordinate, and I am ultimately responsible for their deeds. And these are quotations, and they can be found at tab 131.2 of our prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP-00095679, page 0004, and the relevant lines are from 131 to 134. And the direct perpetrators complied with Duterte's order and respected his authority. Mr. Duterte was respected by the physical perpetrators. He was feared, and his order and instruction were obeyed. One insider witness explicitly says that the police killed, and I quote, because of the directive of the president. This is what the witness said, an insider. And this quote can be found at tab 120 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP -000886331-R01 and page 66. And the relevant line are from 2304 to 2306. And this statement is corroborated by other statements we have also provided. And some direct perpetrator complied because of their blind loyalty to Mr. Duterte. Some did it out of fear, and others were encouraged to comply by promises of money and rewards. For some, killings reached the level of a perverse form of competition with effort to attain killing quotas, which in turn would lead to promotions and rewards. Others felt there was no other choice but to comply, with one insider explaining that it was simply not possible to not obey Mr. Duterte's command. And this is also from an insider witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 51 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL-OTP-0015403 at page 0008 to 0009, and the relevant line here is from 240 to 245. Direct perpetrators were further emboldened to commit crime by Mr. Duterte's repeated promises of immunity. In various public statements, Mr. Duterte vowed to protect the police involved in killing. And this is what he said again. For as long as there is a power to pardon in the Constitution, that's my weapon against crime. If you massacre 100 and there are 100 of you, then you will all be pardoned. Restore to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to boot. It's like that, especially the high profile. And this quote can be found at tab 130.2 of the prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP and 50336 at page 0010. Such statements reassure the physical perpetrators. One insider described that he felt confident to continue killing people because he knew that he wouldn't be arrested for that. And this evidence can be found at tab 38 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL-OTP-0001-2779 at page 0005, and relevant lines are from 130 to 131. Your Honors, let me now say a few words about the contextual elements. The 78 murders and attempted murders that Mr. Duterte is charged with in this case were not random. These were not random crimes, nor was they spontaneous or happened in isolation. Rather, the evidence demonstrates that they were part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilian population of the Philippines. The murders and attempted murders were carried out across the Philippines and over a substantial period of time. Overall, Duterte's so-called war on drugs resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians from the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019. And many of these victims were...
Excuse me, counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yes, were children. The victim of extrajudicial killing charge in this case were brutally murdered, some after having been abducted and mistreated. Unlike Mr. Duterte, who is represented by his counsel here today, they were deprived of any form of due process. The loss of every single one of these victims had the most profound impact on their families, their friends, and ultimately their communities. Their suffering was met not merely with Mr. Duterte's indifference, but with his mocking. In a 25 July 2016 speech, he expressly made fun of the iconic photograph portraying the partner of an extrajudicial killing victim cradling his body, which now visible on our screen. While the specific incident portrayed in this photograph is not charged in this case, Mr. Duterte's comment on it is demonstrative of his attitude towards the victims. In reference to this photo, Mr. Duterte, this is what he said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priest, including human rights advocate. They won't be able to prevent death. So, don't do it. And then, there you are, sprawled on the ground, and you are portrayed in a broadsheet like Mother Mary cradling the dead cadaver of Jesus Christ. That's how they are creating dramas here. This is what he said. And this quote can be found at tab 128 of the prosecution list of material at ERN PHL-OTP-50335, page 0008. And of course, the question of whether Mr. Duterte had knowledge and intent, of course, goes without saying. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte intended and knew that the charged crime were occurring, or that they would occur in the ordinary course of events that he had set in place and put in motion. His intent and knowledge are shown by the multiple statements he made throughout his mayoral and presidential tenure, promising to reduce crimes by killing alleged criminals, promoting the common plan, and urging police and even members of the public to kill alleged criminals. As detailed in the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, and as Your Honor will hear in the course of my team's presentation, Mr. Duterte also made statements directly acknowledging allegations of extrajudicial killings by his subordinates and issued a written order showing he knew about the crimes they committed. Your Honors, the prosecution relies on significant and varied sources of evidence to demonstrate that substantial ground exists to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes. This evidence includes multiple witness statements, including insider witnesses. It includes many speeches of Mr. Duterte himself, as well as the statement of his co-perpetrators. It also includes orders and other documents signed by himself. The prosecution further relies on official government documents, including material from the Philippine National Police. It relies on drug watch lists, on audio and video material, as well as on forensic and financial evidence. Your Honors, during the prosecution's subsequent presentation, my colleague will elaborate on some of these core evidence in more detail. Mr. Nichols will give a presentation on Mr. Duterte's background, followed by an overview of the evidence demonstrating his responsibility for the crime charged in count 1. This will be followed by the presentation of Mr. Jeremy behind me, who will speak about the evidence demonstrating Mr. Duterte's responsibility as President for the crime charged in count 2 and 3. And Ms. Croft, on my left, will then elaborate on the contextual element of crime against humanity and the mode of liability through which Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes alleged in this case. And to conclude, Madam President, Your Honor, while this court cannot reunite victims with their loved one, it can help reveal the truth about what happened to them and bring a sense of justice to the victim. The charges before you today are serious, and the evidence submitted require their confirmation. And Mr. Duterte must be held to account, and this case should be confirmed for trial. I thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor. Now we are slightly in advance on our schedule. I will now hand over to the legal representative of victims for her opening statements until 11, and then after that you shall continue. Please proceed, ma'am.
Madam President, Your Honors, by way of an opening statement, we convey the views and concerns of the 497 victims authorized to participate in these proceedings. At the outset, Your Honors, we communicate the very deep disappointment of the victims at the decision allowing Rodrigo Duterte not to be present in this stage of confirmation of charges. The sight of Mr. Duterte being read and being confronted with the grave and horrible charges against him would have constituted a vital component of justice for the victims. This case symbolically represents the last boat that the victims can board to go on a journey in search of justice for their loved ones who were brutally killed upon the orders of Mr. Duterte. If this chamber prevents the boat from sailing by not confirming the charges, the victims will forever be moored in an island where the nights are filled with the screams and cries of their massacred loved ones. There is absolutely no other recourse for the victims. No less than former Philippine Justice Secretary Crispin Remulla admitted just a few months ago that the door to domestic justice is permanently closed for victims of the Duterte extrajudicial killings. Remulla declared, and we quote, "It is difficult to prove the case here and build up the case because those who need to speak are involved in the crime. There's nothing, not even a police report. You don't have a scene of the crime, you don't have ballistics, you don't have DNA." Remulla further declared, and I quote, "Everything that could be erased was erased so that the cases would not push through. That is why this has reached the ICC." Under the Philippine justice system, Your Honors, no criminal case can reach the courts unless they are initiated and filed by the Department of Justice or the Office of the Ombudsman. From Justice Secretary, Remulla has been appointed as Ombudsman. So the two gatekeepers of justice are successively occupied by a ranking official who has declared that there is absolutely no hope for domestic justice for the victims. If the charges are not confirmed in this case, one of the gravest concerns of the victims is that Mr. Duterte will return to the Philippines as a conquering hero. He will resume preaching his gospel of impunity. In fact, if Mr. Duterte could threaten to slap the judges of this court, which he did while he was president, this chamber should imagine the kind of terror-filled threats and the violent actions that can easily be used against the victims if the suspect walks free from this court. If the charges are not confirmed, it is a very serious concern of the victims that Mr. Duterte will be portrayed in history by his multitude of followers as the leader who vanquished the ICC and who cleansed his country of 30,000 rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals, which were the scornful words he sweepingly used against all those who were killed in his murderous spree. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has been in detention here in The Hague for almost a year now, but there has been no peace and rest for the victims. From the time their loved ones were killed and continuously up to this time, they lived in constant fear for their lives. The arrest and detention of Mr. Duterte has not stopped impunity in the Philippines. The virus of impunity that he spread all over the country has become a cancer that has metastasized, infecting millions of Filipinos. Mr. Duterte has created clones of himself. He converted millions of peace-loving citizens into bloodthirsty disciples who have become converts to the belief that violence and killings are valid solutions to societal problems. The killings masterminded by Mr. Duterte continue to have consequences for the victims, even to this day, because of his clones. These mini Dutertes harass, threaten, or commit outright violence against the victims and their families. As shown by the number of victims participating in this proceeding so far, many still fear to come out and tell their stories of how their lives became a living hell as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes and because they are constantly terrified of being targeted with violence by Duterte fanatics. Many victims have been hesitant to participate in this ICC case because they live in communities that thrive with Duterte clones. They see the halls of power of their country teeming with Duterte disciples. They see and hear senators, congresspersons, mayors, governors, and powerful public figures who are mini Dutertes. The daughter of Mr. Duterte is the vice president, and she has just recently declared that she is running for president in 2028. One Duterte son is a congressman. Another is the Davao City mayor, and his grandchildren occupy positions of power. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives.
Apologies, counsel, it's 11 o'clock.
When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague,
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Counsel. We will now take a half-hour break as provided for in the schedule, and you shall resume your remarks at 11:30. These are the rules that are set in the schedule, which was set in paragraph 18 of the decision.
That was a very emotional opening statement from the victim's lawyer, Attorney Joel Butuyan. We saw families of victims crying in their seats. We saw journalists crying in their seats. There were hugs and tap on the shoulders and on the knees of Filipinos who were in that gallery, having to relive the war on drugs during the reign of President Duterte. One particular moment that really prompted emotions in the gallery was when Deputy Prosecutor Nyang showed the photo of the Philippine Daily Inquirer of a woman cradling her dead husband. The photographer of that iconic photo was behind me, Rafi Lerma, who used to be from the Philippine Daily Inquirer. And there was a sense of, because most of the people in that gallery were Filipinos, most everybody knew each other, or at least knew the faces of each other. These are night shift journalists. These are human rights activists and also members of the clergy. So we knew the context of that photo, and we knew where that photo was coming from. Let me just repeat to you what Attorney Joel Butuyan had just said. He pleaded at the pre-trial chamber to confirm the charges, and he says that if they release Duterte, they're going to release Duterte to victims whose lives have been living hell since then. Joel Butuyan himself, a veteran human rights lawyer who has represented victims of the drug war since it began, told the pre-trial chamber the context of the Philippine society, saying that Duterte had created clones of himself and turned peace-loving creatures into blood-thirsty people. And he pleaded at the pre-trial chamber not to let the mini Dutertes and the mastermind to threaten victims once again. Attorney Butuyan also cited an earlier statement from former Justice Secretary and now Ombudsman Boying Remulla, saying that there's virtually no chance of any justice in the Philippine domestic legal system. What you just saw was the opening statement of the Deputy Prosecutor Nyang, the victim's lawyer, Joel Butuyan, and we shall see in the break the opening statement of the defense lead counsel, Nicholas Kaufman. There's really no other feeling, there's no really other word to describe what had just happened. In that gallery, I feel like people were searching the gallery for familiar faces of basically, we were searching for clues on what to feel. Were we supposed to, many of these words we already know, especially the journalists who were there. Alam na namin yung naratibo, alam na rin din namin yung mga facts. So there were moments where we didn't know if we were gonna take notes of what the lawyers were saying, if we were gonna scan the gallery kung ano yung reaksyon ng mga tao. My eyes were shuttling back and forth from the victim side to my left and the Duterte side to my right kasi nasa harapan ng gallery yung 6 Filipino legal lawyers ni former President Duterte. But in the end, it's really an emotional time listening to Attorney Butuyan. Everybody just went for like a tap in the back, like a nod to recognize the moment that this represents for all of us Filipinos. To quote Deputy Prosecutor Nyang, this marks an important day for international justice and for the people of the Philippines and the victims of the alleged crimes by President Duterte. He said it's a reminder of the court's commitment to bring justice to thousands of victims of the atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines. And one of his last words before he went into the evidence is a reminder that those in power are not above the law. This is Lian Buan. This is the first reaction from the International Criminal Court. I'll try to bring you more once I get more updates from the court.
Welcome back to Rappler's special coverage of the confirmation of charges hearing at the ICC. That was our reporter Lian Buan, who filed her report immediately after the first part of today's session. Let's check in with Michelle Abad, our correspondent. She's just outside the ICC, where Duterte supporters were holding a rally. She is now with Aldo Villarta. Michelle?
Hi again, John. I'm here again still at the outside of the ICC. The pro-Duterte group is still around here. They actually just wrapped up their program for their rally outside the ICC. And they're actually now having some snacks. It's more of a lighter environment now after the emotionally charged morning from both the anti-Duterte group and the pro-Duterte group. So now it's more of a relaxed version. Most of the groups here were not able to tune into the live stream for the first part of the confirmation of charges hearing because all of the attention was here at the program outside the ICC. So right now I have someone to talk to, Aldo Villarta, who is a pro-Duterte supporter and also a volunteer here. So Sir Aldo? Sir?
Hi. Yes. Just say hello. We are live at Rappler. I'll just be giving the questions here so you don't have to hear them. But sir, you talked about being a volunteer here. Can you tell us a bit about why you're here and what you're fighting for here, sir?
Yes. Yes, I'm a volunteer here. And what we're actually here for is to support the former President Duterte. 2 reasons. First, sovereignty of the country. We just can't let someone take our president or one Filipino to another country and let it slide because we have a working Supreme Court in the Philippines. We are not at war. We have a working Supreme Court that can actually put him into trial. Second is for the human rights of an 81-year-old Filipino citizen who was taken to another country, not with his own will, but with force by the regime of Bongbong Marcos.
Sir, in the program, you were talking about your cousin that's also involved in drugs. Would you so mind telling us about that and his experience under the war on drugs?
Yes. So my cousin is also involved in drugs, but again, as what it is being sold into the media that everyone is being murdered. It's not true because my cousin himself is being rehabilitated and he is still now in rehabilitation and is now on his way to be a better Filipino citizen. He's always going to be. He's now going back to the outside world from the rehabilitation. So, I am one of those people who can stand, and I am one of those people who can say that the war on drugs is effective.
Sir, some might say that your case, in your family's case, is a fortunate case. No, there are some people here who came from the Philippines who have told their stories that they have different cases, that their loved ones were killed.
Yeah.
Do you have any reaction to that, sir?
Yes, of course. If there is indeed murders that happen, still then we can have him to be tried into our own justice system because we have a Supreme Court. We have a working justice system in the Philippines. I am not against for former President Duterte to be subjected into a court trial, but I am against of him being brought into a country where he's not supposed to be. So that is my comment on that.
Right, sir. Maybe just the last question here. We're having a little bit of a gathering here today. What can we expect from the Duterte supporters today and maybe for the week as well?
So the Duterte supporters has arrived today. We will be staying here until 12, maybe until when the court hearing is finished. And then every day we will be here until the 27th, until the court hearing is has already adjourned. So continuously, Filipinos from all around the world will be going here as far as New Zealand, America, that are in support of President Duterte.
Will you be watching the live stream as well, sir?
Yes, I will be watching it, but I will be just rewatching it for the replay because I am here.
Right, thank you very much, sir. Okay, that was Alvin Villarta, a pro-Duterte supporter here at the ICC. Their main message, apart, of course, from their asking for the former president to be released because they believe that of his innocence, is that they do believe sincerely that the ICC does not have jurisdiction over the case and that the charging of the former president is an infringement on Philippine sovereignty. So that is the main message that we've been hearing from the pro-Duterte. It's really been different ideas of what justice means from the pro and anti groups this morning. John.
Thank you, Michelle. Michelle, I before I let you go, I do have a question. I can't help but be struck by what Aldo said, no? That he will be watching the live stream, but later on replay. Does that mean that they were busy with the protest and they did not have a chance to see the first hour?
Yes, actually all attention was on the protest here because they did have the permit to be here starting from 9 a.m. this time, and they were just waiting for more people to come in and gather. So they actually only started their protest at around 10, and that was also at the same time that the hearing started. So since all the attention was here, they weren't able to watch the live stream at this time.
Thank you, Michelle. We know it's very cold there. We'll get back to you. I will see you again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney Ted, Jairo, I was going to ask you to recap, no? But it's been let me just ask you, what are your first impressions? What struck you about the first hour of the hearing?
Siguro, what Lian said, no? We know the stories. We know the narrative. We've heard it before. The specific facts of each case, siguro, we'll get to know more once the prosecutor, presents his case, no? But we know the narrative. We know the story, for or against. No? But what really struck me is the that we're here. No? Nandito na tayo.
Yeah.
And it really started. It has really started. And so that by itself is significant. No? That this story has now reached The Hague. And that it is now really before the court. And it is something that the court will consider. And it will now be on record. And so whatever it is that the court will do, no? Which is what makes Joel Butuyan's request, no? so significant, so poignant, because the court has not yet acted. No? We're still at that stage where the court has the option not to confirm the charges, to confirm the charges. So I think Joel's statement really, speaking for the victims, was really significant. That this is what happens, this is what will happen if you don't confirm the charges. No? Ito yun. At nangyayari na ito. No? Yung sinasabi niyang mga mini Dutertes, the shift in the culture of Filipinos na who are generally traditionally known as hospitable people into, a bloodthirsty mob that, that welcomes extrajudicial killings, no, and justifies the means. So, parang yung dissonance na yun, no, mahalagang ilabas na pag hindi matuloy ito at hindi aabot dun sa point na we present all of this to you, no, to the court, no, ano na mangyayari sa amin, di ba? So I think that was a very significant point that Joel made. As far as the prosecutor was concerned, no, again, we know the case, we know the narrative, we know the counts, no, from a legal standpoint. In essence, wala namang bago. But what was really striking for me, no, was that very methodical, no, very precise yung presentation ni Nyang, no, almost emotionless. Yet the stories were quite, were obviously very emotional, no, and so sa akin lang is that the narrative, of course, that the Duterte camp is trying to strike is an emotional narrative, no. Kawawa naman siya, kinuha siya galing sa Pilipinas, matanda na siya, very frail. But
and also the unpatriotic.
The unpatriotic, yeah. But Niang's presentation was very methodical, very precise. Ito yun. Ito yung nangyari. Ito nangyari. Ito nangyari. No? And so, parang naglalabanan yung dalawa na very, an appeal to emotion, but at the same time, ito yun This is what happened, and we will show it to you. That's what he's saying. We will show it to you. This is what happened. No? Duterte did this. Duterte did this. Duterte said this. He actually said it. In fact, what delayed his presentation, no, made him run out of time almost, was yung references niya to every part of the evidence. Yeah. No, talagang ito yan, makikita mo yan dyan, makikita mo yan dyan, no. Striking sa akin yun kasi very methodical, very precise lang. At sinasabi lang na sa court, ito lang, just consider that, then we will approve our case. That was significant for me.
Jairo, what about you?
Sa akin, what struck me the most, of course, apart from Attorney Butuyan mentioning how disappointed yung families were for not seeing Duterte stand there, di ba, being read the allegations against him. What struck me the most is yung pag-narrate talaga ni Attorney Butuyan on why Duterte should be there in the first place. Specifically, yung pag-mention niya nung kung paano naging virus of impunity, yung mga pinagagawa ni Duterte, the killings, the kill orders, and how Attorney Butuyan referred to it as a metastasization of that virus into our culture, the culture of impunity in the Philippines, kung paano ngayon na-transform yung mga Pilipino. Pero very important detail na minention ni Attorney Butuyan was how yung justice system natin locally is not suitable to try Duterte. He mentioned the quotes, the actual quotes from former DOJ Secretary and now Ombudsman Boying Rimulya, mentioning how the evidence on drug war had been erased by the Duterte administration. It's very important because in the last few years, yung mga victims, yung mga lawyers nila, nahihirapan talaga to prosecute and build cases against these policemen. And yung admission na yon from a high-ranking official like Rimulya is very important to highlight to the ICC na yun yung struggle natin dito. Obviously, the local system did not work. There was no justice for the victims here in the Philippines. That's why we need to bring Duterte to the ICC. It's important also to highlight that, especially that the pro-Duterte supporter Aldo earlier mentioned na yun nga, our justice system is working. Alam nyo, for the last 7 years, 8 years, paulit-ulit namin highlight na walang local cases for a list of reasons, threats to the families, lack of evidence, but most importantly, yung kakulangan nga ng justice system, paano mag-work yung justice system. For example, the Duterte government was given the opportunity to mirror the investigation of the ICC. Kaya nila in-open yung 52, nire-open nila yung 52 cases. But what happened there, di ba? Until 2022, we learned that 32 of those 52 cases were closed without formal complaints. If we're going to talk about facts, we have almost 30,000 killings in the Philippines. But if we're going to look at the conviction rate, we only have 5 convictions, drug war-related convictions in the Philippines out of 30,000 killed. And that's the reality in the Philippines. That's why, Duterte should be there. And yun yung highlight ni Attorney Butuyan.
And the convictions were really of, low-ranking elements, the theory of the case against Duterte, as laid out by the prosecutor, is that he's the one who orchestrated it. So a theory like that in a Philippine court, imagine the stumbling blocks that would have to be hurdled para lang umabot ka dun sa puntong yun, na a sitting president, a sitting mayor at the time, came up with this particular scheme, para i-eliminate itong mga to, mahirap ma-imagine na kaya mo i-file yan while Duterte was in power, and it has been shown that even after Duterte left the presidency, he still retained power. Kasi nga, nandyan yung vice president, anak niya, mayor yung isang anak niya, congressista yung isang anak niya, yung ibang mga apo niya ay councilor, So hawak talaga, So it is in that respect that we say probably na hindi talaga kayang i-file, The narrative kasi that's being portrayed, is that nag-break down yung justice system. Well, in a sense, there's a justice system that's still there, courts still operating, but the question there in a specific case is, kaya bang i-file? Kaya bang litisin si Duterte for this particular act? And I do not think so. Given the procedural problems, given the evidence na nawawala, given the lack of a scheme for victims to be able to air their side, without danger to themselves, So mahirap talaga, and that's why the plea of Joel on behalf of the victims becomes really significant. Na ayaw naman natin talaga na merong papasok dito na ICC, for example. If the courts were working, walang problema yun but it's not
Can you continue this conversation? I just need to step out for a bit.
Sure.
But let's talk about the impressions. Jairo.
Another thing on that, Attorney Ted, yung minention din dun sa why the local justice system is not working, yung pag-mention nung part na tawag dito, yung systemic, gano'n ka-systemic na in-order yung police. Kasi important din na sinabi ni Remulla during the Senate hearing on Duterte's arrest was that inadmit ni Remulla na mismong police ay tinithreaten yung mga piskal na first layer sana ng investigation, first layer sana ng case dito sa drug war. So it's very important admission on how, hindi talaga nag-work yung local justice system.
Well, hopefully we'll see later on when the prosecutor, sets forth in specific detail yung case niya, who the witnesses will be. But again, it's significant to point out that if you look at the charges that have been brought, they're not saying that Duterte himself killed these people, meaning pulled the trigger, right? But the environment was created, was enabled, and that is the essence of the charges against him. And so again, that is something that is not very usual in the Philippines, kasi ang mga criminal cases na tinitingnan natin sa Pilipinas, usually nahuhuli yung mismong gumawa, diba? So very few cases would revolve only around the so-called mastermind, the one who enabled, the one who induced, the one who gave rise to the opportunity to do this, And so that's the theory. Actually, that's the theory of the prosecution here. That's the reason for the charges, And so significant that they're going directly to the top, not starting at the bottom. Dito naman sa courts natin, no, like for example, yung kay Kian, no, the ones who were charged or the ones who could be identified as the ones who pulled the trigger, the ones who who cooperated, no, in the conspiracy, but hindi umakyat doon sa taas, no.
Mga commander.
Yung mga commander, bakit may ganong operation, sino yung nag-enable ng operation na yon, no? Ano yung context kung bakit may ganong operation, no? Kasama ba yun sa double barrel? And then of course we have to mention that the constitutionality of double barrel as well as Tokhang is still pending in the courts.
Yeah.
So, Flag and Center Law are the counsels for the petitioners in that case, no. Medyo matagal na, hindi pa rin na-decide, no. So again, that was part of it. I mean, hindsight, if the court had decided it, and if the court had said double barrel is unconstitutional, Tokhang is unconstitutional, then, merong, kumbaga may recourse, di ba? May pwedeng gawin. But then, hindi pa. So, medyo hanging pa tayo, wala pang nangyayari. So maybe, I don't know, we'll see.
Sir, na-mention mo yung sa pag-reach dun sa mastermind, in this case, Duterte. Yung isa rin kasi sa mga patterns na tiningnan namin for the last few years, Lian I, Jodes, and other reporters working on this, is that how Duterte really rewarded it. Kasi isa yun sa mga factor na nahirapan kaming i-prove. Kumbaga, we can prove that the killings are there.
Yes.
It's, ginawa ng mga police. Pero ang hirap niyang idikit directly kay Duterte.
Hindi aakyat eh.
Pero gaano ka-important na merong evidence yung prosecution highlighting na nakokonect to kay Duterte? Aside from the statements, meron siyang memo, meron siyang reward system, meron siyang material support and financial support. Gaano ka-important?
That's very significant kasi nga, the only way that it will reach Duterte, no, is to show that ito yung operation, ito yung intention niya when he did this, di ba? Hindi lang siya idle word, na hindi lang siya speech na sinabi niya to. Yung sinabi niya to, ito yung intention na gusto niyang mangyari, di ba? Ma-neutralize, mapatay, no? Kaya yun yung sinabi ni prosecutor, di ba? Na nung sinabi niya to, ito yung gusto niyang mangyari at ito yung nangyari. And so yung schemes of promotions, benefits, di ba?
Pag-placed ng strategic.
Promoting people to strategic, posts in the police, for example, no? That all goes into that, that narrative, the theory of the prosecution that this was all one big plan, no? And si Duterte is, in the middle of that plan. In fact, yung nga sabi niya dun sa the mayoral part, no, when he was mayor, kung wala siyang green light, hindi matutuloy, di ba? Dun sa DDS. So that is now going to be part of the prosecutor's case on the merits, no? And we'll hear that later on after the opening statements of the victims as well as Kaufman. That's when the prosecution will lay out in specific detail sino itong magsasalita on this, sino itong ipepresente ko dito, ano ipepresente ko dito. Yeah.
Speaking of which, maybe some of our viewers are wondering why Attorney Joel Butuyan's presentation was cut, no? So they are very strict about the time.
Yeah.
The first part, which was what you talked about, the procedural stuff, instead they allotted 30 minutes for that. But they only used 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That's why the deputy prosecutor started.
Yeah.
But he used up his entire 30 minutes.
Right.
And that left Attorney Butuyan with something like 7 minutes. So in a couple of minutes, we'll be rejoining the live streaming. And I believe that Attorney Butuyan will be given the rest of his 23 minutes. But you were talking about the prosecution making the case. The last hour of the 3-hour hearing today is reserved for the prosecution.
Yeah.
The submission on merits.
Yes.
Essentially So just point of clarification perhaps for...
Also because, it's probably the first time for many to see the courtroom in an actual hearing. Kasi yung when Duterte was presented right after he was arrested.
Online
siya, no? And so here, you could see some footage of the courtroom, no? And if you notice, there's a table under the gallery, no? Yung sa gallery, sa second floor, wherein selected people who are allowed inside could watch the proceedings, no? sa ilalim nun, there's a table, and that table was vacant. No? That is where the respondent should have been. No, that's where that's Duterte's seat. Doon siya dapat kaharap na yung court and flank on the left and the right by prosecution and defense.
We may not have time to answer this question, but I'd like to ask it anyway. This is a question we got from the Rappler app. No? Is it tactical or strategic to frame the drug war emotionally? Not, the poster has nothing against it, pero it's a question of effectiveness, no?
In terms of arguments, sir. Legally speaking, sir?
Again, hindi kasi tayo sanay sa oral argument in our system, no? But in the ICC they do that. But the oral argument, the opening statement really, the opening statement really is intended to frame the argument. No? So as I pointed out, the prosecutor was almost non-emotional, no? Very very methodical. Pinipresenta lang niya yung nangyari, and I think that's typical for the prosecution. Kasi ang idea lang niya is I will just present to you the facts, and then I will lead you to the law, no? But for the defense,
but Attorney Butuyan, representing the victims, had this terrific metaphor, no? This is the last boat the victims can board.
Exactly, but that is also one thing that is very distinct about the ICC. It's the only court that gives victims an equal voice, right? In our system, in the Philippine trial court system, for example, the victim, is always represented by the prosecutor, or unless the victim can hire a private lawyer, no? But it is the prosecutor that carries the day. But in the Rome Statute, and in the rules of the Rome Statute, makikita natin yun, the victim has an equal voice. In fact, may specific rights na binibigay, no? Including right to be represented. And that is one very distinct feature. So expected yan of the victims that is the voice that they will use, no? So to the question, is it tactical, no? I think it's just natural to expect that the victims would respond in this way, because that is really their only opportunity to show the court, no, na whatever they decide, no, ito yung maapektuhan, no?
So what we're actually seeing here is a victim-centered judicial process.
Yes.
Just really in action.
Yes, and that is one distinct feature of the ICC.
For our viewers, you can have your own questions or comments. Please send them at the Justice and Crime chat room of the Rappler app. You can post them by scanning the QR codes below the screen. Jairo, yung report ni Lian, no? We also responded viscerally when we saw the Pieta picture of Rafi Lerma, and then it turns out Rafi is also there, no? You've been talking to the victims and so on. You also mentioned na nabanggit mismo ni Attorney Butuyan. In fact, the very first words of his mouth is, we express our disappointment over the court's decision or the Pre-Trial Chamber's decision to allow Duterte to skip this. Your thoughts on this? I mean, 400 plus victims there and so on. How do you think the victims and their families are processing this right now?
Alam nyo, very, very very emotional sila all the time. And yung sa question kanina in response to that, tama yung sinabi ni Attorney Ted, parang this is their only chance kasi to be heard about their, yung kanilang mga paghihirap, yung kanilang mga pinagdaanan. Kasi for the last few years of the Duterte administration and dun sa early years of the Marcos administration, hindi talaga sila nakakuha ng avenue to express their grief, diba? Ginajudge pa sila ng mga tao, the culture of impunity, ginawa na parang kapag kapag nag-air ka ng iyong grievances over the killings of your loved ones, ginagawa kang, addict, ginajustify yun. So ito talaga yung chance nila, and they will be emotional. In fact, sa maraming parts ng Pilipinas ngayon, meron tayo sa UP, different groups are, having watch parties to allow the families witness kung paano papakita sana yung mga detalye dito sa allegations kay Duterte. Very important sa kanila to. Saka for the victims, important din sa kanila to kasi like Rafi Lerma, as from a journalist, naging advocate na rin siya nito. And I think mag-start na tayo.
All right.
ulit.
So, the second session of the first day is about to begin.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Rebonjour.
Judge Motog. Hello again. Counsel, you can continue because we were interrupted by the pause. Over to you, legal representative for victim, please.
Thank you, Your Honors. I was in the process of explaining the spread of impunity in the Philippines, and I will resume, Your Honor. The plague of impunity has spread not only among Filipinos in the Philippines, but even among expatriate Filipinos in faraway lands like here in The Hague. When we reported to the victims that we, their external legal representatives, feel like fugitives who avoid our own countrymen here in The Hague because chances are they are Duterte clones, they express their utmost concern that if we, their lawyers, feel threatened by mini Dutertes in a foreign country, we should imagine the far more intense fear they live with every day in their communities teeming with mini Dutertes. The victims also wish to convey that if the judges of this honorable chamber can be subjected to online harassment by Duterte clones, we should imagine the level of vulnerability the victims are exposed to in their poor villages. Your Honors, there is only one solution to stop the impunity propagated by Mr. Duterte from continuing to bring harm and suffering to the victims. And that is for this honorable chamber to confirm the charges so that witnesses can testify and evidence can be presented on the horrible crimes committed by Mr. Duterte. The testimonies and evidence presented will inoculate these mini Dutertes from the virus of impunity that has infected them. When they will see and hear the utter cruelty, the sheer brutality, in other words, the brazen inhumanity of the crimes committed by Mr. Duterte, and the humanity of those whose lives were violently taken, it will rekindle the embers of humanity that still remain in their hearts. Many of these mini Dutertes or Duterte clones are actually victims of massive doses of fake news widely circulated online. They need to be vaccinated with the truth, and the truth vaccine can only come from the testimonies of victims and evidence presented in a trial before this court. Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity, Your Honors. The victims dread a future where charges are not confirmed in this case. It will mean that the virus of impunity will continue to spread and infect many more. Victims fear that Duterte clones will become an even bigger group that can elect another apostle of impunity as the Philippines' next leader. If that happens, an even more serious condition of impunity can take place in the Philippines, possibly worse than the orgy of violence that happened from 2011 to 2019, and this time there will be no ICC to run to for assistance and help. The victims humbly beseech this honorable chamber to reaffirm the two crucial objectives of the ICC identified in the preamble of the Rome Statute. First, to prosecute and punish the most serious crimes that deeply shock the conscience of humanity. And second, to put an end to impunity and to contribute to the prevention of crimes of unimaginable atrocities. If this chamber confirms the charges, this court will achieve its first objective of prosecuting and, if convicted, punishing Mr. Duterte for the unspeakable crimes he is charged with. But achieving the first objective will not automatically make this court attain its second objective. Merely putting forward the evidence gathered and the theory of liability of the prosecution will not necessarily resolve the second objective. This court should allow victims to testify, and the record of the proceedings must reflect the harrowing experiences of those impacted by against humanity. It is the and the brutality. In other words, the utter inhumanity of the crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte, so that the people who adore and idolize him, the people who have become disciples of impunity, will see for themselves the inhumanity of the suspect. For this to happen, the charges should all be confirmed. The virus of impunity that has spread all over the Philippines is very grave and serious, Your Honors. Imagine a leader like Mr. Duterte, who proudly and publicly proclaimed his aspirations of following the footsteps of Adolf Hitler when he said, quote, "Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. Now there are 3 million drug addicts. I'd be happy to slaughter them," unquote. And yet, he is worshipped by a huge number of Filipinos. In so many countries, you will need to hide your adoration of Hitler. Mr. Duterte flaunted it, and his fanatics are unaffected by it. Mr. Duterte has pronounced so many other horrible declarations meant to promote and encourage impunity, as it will be detailed tomorrow by my colleagues. And yet, he is idolized by a multitude of Filipinos. The defense will claim that he was merely bombastic and acerbic when he made these statements. But if he were merely being pompous and flippant, the people who were killed should be alive and laughing today at his supposed pranks and stunts. Mr. Duterte did not only order the mass killing of people suspected of being drug personalities, Your Honors. He smeared them with accusations of being rapists, murderers, and dangerous criminals. Mr. Duterte imposed an inflexible condemnation that if you are a drug personality, you are automatically a dangerous criminal who has engaged in unimaginable atrocities. The families of those killed did not only suffer the loss of a loved one, their families were even disgraced with being associated with a rapist, murderer, or dangerous criminal. Even after their loved ones were murdered, many families were subjected to deplorable injustices. Instead of gunshot wounds as cause of death in their death certificates, families were shocked to see pneumonia, heart attack, stroke, sepsis, and other false causes of death that were instead written down. Other families were charged substantial amounts, sums the impoverished families could not afford, just to retrieve the bodies of their loved ones from the funeral parlor who were suspected by the families of being in cahoots with the police officers. Some family members were even arrested and imprisoned by police officers on false charges and for the purpose of preventing them from complaining. In one particular incident, Your Honors, a young man and his common-law wife were sleeping in their shanty when men in civilian clothes knocked down the door to their house. The men dragged the wife out of the room. The husband was already surrendering, and he even started to strip naked to show he had no drugs or firearm on his body. He said in the Filipino language, "Sir, malinis po ako, maghuhubad ako, sir." Translation in English, "Sir, I am clean. I will strip naked, sir." Still without mercy, the men shot and killed him. After killing the husband, they arrested the wife and accused her with falsified and non-bailable charges. When the deceased mother and cousin went to the police station to find out what happened to the young man, because they were not in the scene of the crime when it happened, the two were also summarily arrested and charged with fabricated crimes. If the Honorable Chamber confirms the charges in this case, the witnesses and evidence will show that those who were smeared by Mr. Duterte before they were killed, they were inside their houses, sleeping peacefully with their families, eating meals with their loved ones, playing with their children, or hugging their wives. Others were merely walking along the street, having snacks at the roadside eatery, or plying the road, earning a poor man's living. They were all doing ordinary, peaceful, and plain human activities. Confirming the charges will restore the dignity of those who were killed and the honor of their families. The prejudice suffered by the families of those killed did not begin and end with the killings of their loved ones. Each killing set off a chain reaction that is continuously churning out a daily crucible of harm, damage, and loss. By masterminding the mass murder of mere suspects, Mr. Duterte has brought irreparable and endless harm to the families. An overwhelming majority of those killed were the sole breadwinners of poor families. These families were dependent on each day's wage for their daily sustenance. They were hand-to-mouth families. With the death of their breadwinners, the widowed spouses, a majority of whom are women, have had to take on the roles of two parents. On top of taking care of their children and maintaining the household, the widowed spouses now have the additional burden of being breadwinners for their families. Families have been driven to even far more serious destitution, Your Honors. The damage to the children is immeasurable. Their development and upbringing have been permanently compromised. They have been walking through life with one missing parental limb. Losing a parent under very dire economic conditions and under the most violent circumstances results in wounds that will never heal and that will absolutely render them handicapped for life. And then there's the indescribable anguish of parents who lost a child. No parent is supposed to outlive a child. Parents suffer a lifetime of grief when a child dies ahead of them. And the lifetime grief is unimaginably worse when a child dies under the most inhuman circumstances. The crimes masterminded by Mr. Duterte did not only affect individuals but whole communities. Across the Philippines, numerous urban communities of the most impoverished villages were scarred by the violence and abuses wrought by a lawless anti-drug campaign that further worsened the misery and trauma of residents in marginalized communities. In one illustrative instance, Your Honors, after the father of a family was killed inside his house by police officers, the entire neighborhood was so traumatized that for almost 3 months, and during the coldest months in the Philippines, they abandoned their houses at night and instead slept in the open public market. They did not feel secure inside their houses because there would be no witnesses if the police would just barge in and shoot at them. In the public market, the presence of many witnesses, they thought, will deter the police from shooting and killing them. It is also the victim's view, Your Honors, that the charges should be confirmed because the resulting presentation of witnesses and evidence during the trial will force police and other law enforcement officers to confront the brazen depravity of the killing of civilians that they either personally committed or allowed to be committed during the Duterte reign of terror. In one operation, the police summarily killed 3 men, 2 brothers and 1 friend, in the very early morning. The police declared that the 3 were nanlaban. They fought back. But the neighbors saw otherwise. The whole neighborhood was so horrified at the macabre treatment of one of the fatalities. The bullet-ridden body of one of the three men was brought out from the second-floor window and dropped to the ground because the police could not bring the body out through the doorway. When the body hit the ground, the neighbors recoiled at hearing the body emit a cry, aray. Translation in English, ouch. The man was still alive when his body was thrown to the ground, and the police just left him to bleed to death. The trial will hold a mirror to the police force and compel them to see how they were turned into executioners and assassins, and their organization transformed into a gigantic criminal organization or turned into a killing machine by Mr. Duterte. The Philippine National Police and the drug enforcement agencies have not made any initiative to purify the corrupted minds of their officers and personnel to our knowledge. The trial in this case will be a tremendous teaching opportunity that can work to rectify the warped and depraved minds of Philippine security officers. The charges need to be confirmed, Your Honors, for the sake of the entire country, which has been desensitized or made numb by the massive incidents of impunity and the glorification of impunity promoted by Mr. Duterte. The whole Philippines needs to know the real story during those bloody years. There has been no opportunity for the entire country to really find out the whole truth of what happened. It has been hush-hush, tidbits of sporadic news, and always drowned out by trolls who mass produce and broadcast false, fake, and fabricated news. The victims also attach a very important historical significance to this case. If the Chamber confirms the charges, the trial proceedings will produce a historical record of the most bloody period of post-war Philippine history, a duty that the Philippine justice system has refused to perform. The historical account on the mass murder of so many Filipinos during the Duterte regime needs to be accessible to our future generations, just like the Nuremberg trials and the Tokyo trials, so that they will learn from it and not repeat the same mistake of selecting and glorifying leaders who preach and practice impunity. The prosecution has presented 78 instances of murder and attempted murder, clarifying that these incidents are only representatives of the extent of the crimes committed against thousands of civilians, Your Honors. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember that Mr. Duterte's bloody rule, both in Davao City and nationwide, resulted in as many as 30,000 victims of killings, more than 300,000 victims of arbitrary imprisonment, and unaccounted numbers of victims of torture, sexual assault, and other forms of crimes against humanity. For many families in the Philippines, the charges brought for confirmation in these proceedings represent only a fraction of the reality the victims have endured. The victims beseech the Honorable Chamber to remember the hundreds of thousands of victims are banking on vicarious justice from this case. Finally, Your Honors.
Excuse me, Counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Finally, Your Honors, the victims wish to humbly underline that what is ultimately at stake in these proceedings is the supreme of all forms of human rights, the right to life. The right to life is the very foundation of every civilized society. The ancestors of every nation fought against invaders, colonizers, despotic monarchs, and fascist leaders in order to secure the right to life of their families, their communities, and the future generations. The heroes of every country sacrificed their lives to defend the right to life of their people. We, as citizens of modern societies, are inheritors and beneficiaries of the sacrifices of our ancestors who bequeathed to us the right to life. We owe it to them to defend the supreme legacy for our generation and for the generations to come. For the past few years, Your Honors, we have seen an increasing number of nation leaders who time-traveled from the Dark Ages and now swagger in modern times as if they own people's lives. These brutal and cruel leaders must be held to account for their brazen disregard of humankind's right to life. Our ancestors fought in the battlefield to secure a right to life. In these modern times, the battleground for the fight to protect our right to life is within the four walls of this honorable court. May the God of life, the God of humanity, guide the honorable members of this chamber. Thank you, Your Honors.
Merci beaucoup, Maître
Judge Motog. Thank you very much, Counsel Butulian. Now over to the defense. Mr. Kaufman, please.
And I thank Mr. Butulian for his intervention. But I feel that I ought to remind him that this is a court of law which decides matters on the basis of evidence, not on the basis of political demagoguery, and not on the basis of a desire to effect regime change despite the democratic will. And certainly not on the basis of statements made by Ombudsman Jesus Crispin Remulla, who professed that domestic justice will be denied, according to Mr. Butulian, because of the lack of forensic reports and police reports. Now, I don't know which case Mr. Butulian's metaphorical ship sailed into, but he clearly hasn't read the evidence. Whilst he was speaking, we examined the evidence, and out of that evidence, we found at least 35 reports substantiating 49 of the incidents which are mentioned in a document containing the charges. Your Honours, Rodrigo Duterte was and will always remain a unique phenomenon. His style of statesmanship was novel and unpalatable to many. His expletives and hyperbole grated, while his honesty and wild popularity irritated. He spoke openly, from the heart, sincerely and truthfully. And what a contrast between him and his successor in the Malacanang. For President Rudy, his word was his word, and the people knew it. For President Bong Bong, his word is for the wind, and the people will not forget it. Let me remind everyone of the letter which President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. signed, it's on the screen, and in which he gave a cast-iron undertaking that his government, and I quote, will not assist the ICC in any way, shape or form. Well, as we know, he failed to keep that promise. Rodrigo Duterte was unconstitutional and unceremoniously hauled off to The Hague. And when called upon to defend his master's actions and the said letter at a Senate committee hearing, the then Secretary for Justice, once again Mr. Jesus Crispin Remulla, persisted with the same dishonest theme. And I quote his words, "We did not assist the ICC. We continue with the very tenor of the letter that we did not assist the ICC and we did not have any contact with them." So he said, but with a document emanating from the prosecution team opposite and disclosed to us a mere week ago, not as information material to the preparation of our defence, but as exonerating evidence, we can now substantiate what we have suspected for a long time. The document comprises a transcript of a telephone call covertly recorded between four parties who cannot be mentioned in public, and one of these parties was boasting about how he was acting as the silent partner of President BBM, managing a scheme to funnel witnesses to this court while all the time ensuring that he could guarantee President BBM's plausible deniability. So it is indeed the defence case that President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. set out to neutralise Rodrigo Duterte and his legacy. Yes, Mr. Deputy Prosecutor, I used that legendary word, neutralise, so central and so essential to your case theory, because you know just as well as me that I'm using the term metaphorically. And now I turn to the substance of the charges, but before I do, a word or two about the geopolitical context. The scourge of illegal narcotics is not unique to the Philippines. As we all know, it afflicts Latin America, where I can name 3 countries where the death rate at the hands of vigilantes and law enforcement agents per capita population is higher than it ever was under Duterte. And as you should know, and you will hear from the prosecution, at any rate, the Philippines as a country is uniquely positioned to act as a transit hub for the trafficking of narcotics emanating from the cartels in China. And with or without Duterte, so we argue, the death rate would have kept on rising. Indeed, as we will prove with statistics and reports, the death rate flowing from narcotics-related crime actually increased after Rodrigo Duterte left. And where, I ask you, has the International Criminal Court been seen that Rodrigo did anything? The totally lawful Duterte campaign against illegal drugs and their suppliers took place when his administration was day that Rodrigo Duterte was exposed to the tyranny of oppression and the abuse of power by the elite, and he took a decision. On that day, he chose to devote himself to a life of selfless public service. As a professor at the local police academy and as a public prosecutor in Davao, Rodrigo Duterte developed a lifelong passion, some would say an enduring obsession, for law and order, something for which he unapologetically enforced throughout his time as mayor of Davao City. Not, as the prosecution say, through sowing murder and mayhem, but through winning the love, respect and admiration of his fellow citizens, the very same citizens who continued to re-elect him time after time, term after term, on no less than 7 occasions over more than 2 decades. And throughout his 20 or so years tenure as the mayor of Davao, Rodrigo Duterte and his family transformed that city from an outpost of communist insurgency and criminal violence into what is now one of the safest cities, not just in the Philippines, but in the entire world. This was indeed the so-called Davao model, which the prosecution wants to persuade you was code for unbridled criminal violence. And this was the type of leader that the Filipino nation wanted in 2016. So, Rodrigo Duterte was elected into power, not in spite of, but specifically because of his firm and uncompromising commitment to upholding law and order. And after his election as president, Rodrigo Duterte remained a man of the people, without seeking to patronize the people. Gung-ho in his ways and with a belligerent tone, he spoke the tough tongue of the street, not the dissembling discourse of international diplomacy. He said what the people wanted to hear, but he said it in a way that offended sensibilities of world leaders unaccustomed to hearing it, one in particular, and that was what set him on the slippery slope to a prison cell in The Hague. And let me tell you how it works. It starts with the media, controlled by the powerful and the politically influential. With a sensational headline and a twisted editorial slant, the moguls sell their papers while promoting the partisan agenda of their backers in power. They highlight the salacious content while ignoring the true context, because that is what captivates the reader. And so it was with Rodrigo Duterte, whose speeches were fertile fodder for his enemies and detractors. A man whose hyperbole, bluster and rhetoric, once published, became a natural target for privately funded NGOs and human rights activists, a loose collective more commonly known as civil society. These people descended upon the Philippines to advance an agenda even more lacking in objectivity than that of the media, and heavily funded by tycoons with even grander designs, they print their glossy reports, replete with iconic photographic images of grieving families and dead bodies in rain-swept, nighttime crime scenes, all dramatically illuminated with the fluorescent glow of neon. Images carefully crafted to shock the conscience and to sway the emotions, and, I may say, to be used by the prosecutor when they don't even relate to the charges. And they gave their slick reports bold titles lifted straight out of a James Bond movie, such as License to Kill, One Shot to the Head, You Can Die Any Time, or simply, They Just Kill. The photographers are fated and their shots exhibited as art all over the world, and the brave journalists who act as their sources win awards and Nobel Prizes. And slowly but surely, their narrative becomes the sacred, unchallengeable and unshakable truth. And so the pressure builds up, and the academics who haunt the corridors of the progressive left law faculties far away in the United States tweet their research and publish their articles pontificating about crimes against humanity, systematic attacks against the civilian population, and they point their finger at one man alone, and bandy about slogans such as accountability and the prevention of impunity. They give their gratuitous advice on what should be done, sometimes academics who formerly worked alongside the prosecutor of the International Criminal Court. Communications and complaints are filed, and the rest, as they say, is history. In any event, we're not gathered here today to judge a man on the basis of his coarse attitude or his vulgar language. This court has convened a confirmation hearing to verify whether substantial grounds exist to believe that Rodrigo Duterte, the people's president, together with various so-called co-perpetrators, over the years of his governance, devised a criminal policy of wholesale and wanton murder, And since we are in a court of law, it is worth stressing, although I should not have to, cases are decided on the basis of evidence, not supposition, not rumour, not spicy gossip, and certainly not on the basis of political rhetoric and bluster. Because at the end of the day, were it not for those belligerent and controversial speeches, there would have been no impetus to bring the People's President to The Hague. And when the prosecution's evidence is examined, I would ask you to keep an open mind and to question not just whether that evidence has been selectively presented, but whether there exists evidence which the prosecution has failed to produce. And I say this with justifiable cause, particularly with respect to the Duterte rhetoric, as we will prove during the substantive part of our submissions, the notorious speeches on which the prosecution relies have been cherry-picked to suit its narrative while ignoring the many other speeches when the former president tempered his bombastic language by clear reference to the principle of lawful self-defence. We, the defence, have read as many of these speeches as we can find. In fact, in our poky little office on the top floor of the furthest building away in this complex, we have a counter which ticks and ticks. And whenever we come across a speech which contradicts the prosecution's murder theory by reference to self-defence, we give a cheer. And the counter goes up once more, and we celebrate one more nail in the coffin of the prosecution's case theory. As the statistics stand as of today, in contrast to the 20 speeches on which the prosecution relies to prove incitement to kill, we have found 35 more which say the complete opposite. Let me give you two examples from the very speeches that the Deputy Prosecutor himself cited today. Let's refer first of all to the famous Pietà speech, which the Deputy Prosecutor referred to. So, this is what the Deputy Prosecutor said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priests, including human rights advocates. They won't be able to prevent deaths, and so it goes on. But if we look further on in the very same speech, something which maybe the Deputy Prosecutor didn't do, this is what he had to say. To our police officers and other officials, do your job, and you will have the unwavering support of the Office of the President. I will be with you all the way. Abuse your authority, and there will be hell to pay, for you will have become worse than criminality itself. Well, there you are. You have it straight in your face. PECSO, exonerating evidence within what is claimed to be the prosecution incriminating evidence. I won't take up my time by showing you the second speech, but there is one. If I have time at the end, I will show it to you. So if you add to that another 10 speeches out of the 20 speeches on which the prosecution rely in its document containing the charges, after all, we are in a court of law and we rely on evidence. And what is the evidence that's produced of these speeches? 20 of them. 10 of them, I submit, and we will show this in the substantive part of our submissions, contain exonerating evidence which support the defence case theory. In other words, if you add the 10, which we've identified in the prosecution's 20, to our total of 35, we come to 45 speeches versus 10, which we say support the use of force only in self-defence. That is 350% more speeches in favour of our defence and 354% more reasons not to confirm the charges. And you can bet your bottom dollar that at the end of today's proceedings, either the victim's self-styled legal assistant to ICC counsel or a prosecution intern will be tasked with scouring the web, looking for the means to prove Kaufman wrong. And I will declare it, and I'll declare it loudly and clearly, as if the prosecution didn't know it already. It's not enough to state that since the former president made those extremely inflammatory statements and deaths occurred, that he must, as a matter of course, be criminally responsible for those fatalities. At this stage of the proceedings, the prosecution needs to show substantial grounds to believe that the former president actually desired and foresaw that people would be killed as a result of his incendiary language. For the prosecution to assert that Rodrigo Duterte hoped for deaths to occur or was recklessly indifferent as to whether deaths would occur, which he was not, that's insufficient. So once more for the record, Rodrigo Duterte's language was aimed not at suspected drug pushers as the prosecution would have it, but directly at those poisoning society with their substances, and not, I stress, with lethal intent. His rhetoric was calculated to arouse fear and obedience, to instill fear in their hearts, and to inculcate a respect for the law in their minds. Nothing more, nothing less. That was his intent, and it was not criminal. And as many of these drug pushers demanded to enter prison, I remember seeing the images on the television, lining up to surrender and to enter prison. Now, I challenge my colleagues opposite to prove otherwise, because as we all know, in a criminal process, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. They brought this case and they need to prove it. Rodrigo Duterte need not convince the world of anything, and that is to his fortunate advantage given his current medical condition. And he stands behind his legacy resolutely, and he maintains his innocence absolutely. Now, I turn to the general fairness and objectivity of the investigation, which, as we all know, is meant to be an impartial evidence-gathering exercise. As an ex-prosecutor myself, I'm used to investigating agencies pursuing all reasonable lines of inquiry, assimilating all testimonies, and digesting all documentation and forensic evidence, recommending who to target for prosecution, but not so with this prosecution. When we, the defence, study the course of the investigation in this case, one thing is plain as a pikestaff. The chief prosecutor of this court, Mr. Karim Khan, not only failed miserably to carry out his duties under the Rome Statute, requiring him to examine exonerating circumstances as well as incriminating, but he single-handedly contaminated it, so we alleged, by pursuing a one-track crusade with a view to a predetermined objective. Let me explain. Although the ICC officially authorized an investigation into the so-called Philippine Situation in late 2021, it was deferred a few months later back to the Philippines for the official investigation to resume only in late 2023. But the real meat of the investigation into Count 1, relating to the activities of that fictitious construct, the Davao Death Squad, had effectively started way before then, with the sole objective of nailing Rodrigo Duterte. Indeed, all the way back in 2018, during its so-called preliminary examination, the prosecution had an individual who will be referred to as P1, handed to them on a silver platter. This P1 had been interviewed at an earlier date by none other than Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan, in his former capacity as a private lawyer, and the self-professed legal
Welcome back to Rappler's coverage of Duterte's pre-trial hearing at the ICC. The live stream was just suddenly cut. Let's wait for the live stream to resume. Today is day one. I am John Neri, and with me in the Rappler studio are human rights lawyer and law professor Ted Te and Rappler's justice reporter Jairo Boliedo. We're about to finish hour 2 out of 3 of the hearing today. And earlier we heard CLRV, Common Legal Representative of Victims, Joel Butuyan. And now we were just listening to Duterte's counsel, Nicholas Kaufman.
There, it's back.
Okay, I think the stream is back. And while we wait for the live stream to resume, let me ask you your reactions to either Butuyan or Kaufman.
Una kay Attorney Kaufman. Paano ba? So, let's just describe it. Para siyang, it's like, parang script ng Duterte trolls or supporters straight from that and then dinala sa ICC, making Duterte script internationally, sobrang weird for Kaufman to highlight that the speech of Attorney Butuyan was in fact political demagoguery when he in fact did the same or mas malala pa. He went to attack Marcos. He went to question, the statement of Ombudsman Remulla. And for the first part of his speech, he put the blame on Marcos as if Marcos was the one who ordered the killings. We're not exonerating Marcos here because he's a weak president. He did not rejoin the ICC. That has been the call of the victims for so long. And then bother din for Kaufman to highlight yung mga specific defenses na ginagamit ng Duterte camp, particularly yung enduring obsession for law and order. Ito talaga yung isa sa mga pinakamalaking anchor ng mga Duterte supporters kasi for them, Duterte, yung mga ginawa ni Duterte was justifiable because ginawa niya to for law and order. Maganda ring interesting point rather, yung sinabi niya about the Davao model. Kasi yung Davao model in the context of these hearings, it refers to the Davao killings ordered by Duterte through the Davao Death Squad and then ginawa on a national scale as testified by Regina Garma. Binaliktad yun ni Kaufman. Sinabi niya dito na ginawa lang yun ni Duterte kung paano niya change yung Davao City into a communist-infested city, into a peaceful city. So, yung mga ganong script ginawa nila. Nire-reiterate lang nila.
Thank you, Jairo. Let's go back. The live stream has resumed. Kaufman is speaking.
Your Honours, the picture on the front cover of that book says it all. It really does scream objectivity, doesn't it? I say that sarcastically, of course. Fortunately for us, the defence, the Appeals Chamber, has now disqualified Chief Prosecutor Karim Khan from this case. A welcome development as a matter of ethical propriety, but in our opinion, too late in the day to salvage the integrity of the investigation that he had supervised. An investigation in the course of which he concealed his former role as the victim's counsel, who had deemed our client a suspected murderer as far back as 2018 and right up to the very day before this pre-trial chamber issued its arrest warrant. Your Honours, over the next few days, we hope to convince you of the wholly insufficient nature of the evidence against Rodrigo Duterte. We will show you that the paltry number of speeches on which the prosecution rely do not manifest criminal intent. We will also convince you that as hard as they tried, the prosecution's investigators couldn't get even one of its criminal cooperating witnesses, whose reliability is next to zero, to admit that they heard the former president, Rodrigo Duterte, give an order to kill at any time relevant to the charges, or with respect to any of the incidents. And we hope that when you conclude your deliberations, Your Honours, that you will dismiss these grievously misplaced and politically motivated charges. We will ask you to send Rodrigo Duterte back to his family, and we will ask you to give back to the Filipino people their tatay digong. Thank you, Your Honours.
The presiding judge. Thank you very much, Mr. Kaufman. We shall now suspend. This is the end of initial statements, and this is the end of this morning's hearings. We will take a 90-minute break and resume at 2 in the afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we're back. We're still shaking our heads over the opening statement of the Defense Counsel, but we now have live with us our reporter Lian Buan, who was just inside the court earlier. Lian?
John, if you were shaking your heads, trust that the Filipinos in the gallery were also shaking their heads, and audible gasps were heard in the gallery. Hindi namin alam kung saan nanggagaling, kung dun ba sa mga human rights advocates o dun sa mga supporters ni former President Rodrigo Duterte. The loudest gasp that I heard was when Nick Kaufman said that Davao is the safest city, not just in the Philippines, but of the world. Pero before we got to that point, we also had a few heads turning to each other when he started his opening statement, making a pass at Attorney Joel Butuyan, saying that we litigate this on the basis of evidence and not on politics, but then proceeds to hit President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. with a disdain of saying bongbong on his part. So para sa mga nasa amin sa gallery, we cannot believe some of what we were hearing because we expected that Philippine domestic politics would not be in the mix today. But we heard a lot of attacks against President Marcos. He also hit the media and all of civil society. Basically, he hit even law professors whom he called the leftist bloc of law faculty in the US and in the West. It's almost like listening to Malacanang Duterte time all over again, to be honest. It's really reminiscent of what we were hearing all the time during those period under Duterte. What was I guess a new detail for me up until this point was he mentioned, I don't know if you saw that though, kasi nakita kong nag-cut in some parts during the later part. Nick Kaufman was saying the grounds for disqualifying prosecutor Karim Khan. Yung nag-stand out sa akin is that he mentioned 3 witnesses that are involved in the Davao death squad. That's new for me because I only know of 2. We've been reporting on Arturo Las Cañas and Edgar Matabato, so I actually do not know the third. So maybe if you have Jairo and John and Sir Ted, maybe you know who the third might be. But then, as to the last, I also saw your faces. There was also an audible gasp when Nick Kaufman, the British Israeli, said the word, "Give back to the Filipino their tatay digong." That's the latest from the International Criminal Court. We're actually on a lunch break.
Thank you, Lian. If you don't mind, we'll hold on to you for as long as we can. We have some questions. I have to say that there is a word that describes what Kaufman just did, and that's chutzpah.
Yep.
He had the chutzpah to say all of these things. So, pero we were thinking here, back in the studio, it's like there is a playbook, the Duterte playbook, and he just ticked off every single box, right? Attacking Remulla, Butuyan, Karim Khan, Marcos,
media, civil society,
Rappler, law professors,
progressive left law faculties.
So it's very populist. I mean, did you expect something like this, Lian, or a little more legalistic siguro?
Half and half, because I've had conversations with Kaufman now. He is really a character. So what he was appearing in court earlier, that's not really far from his personality off the record. But then even in our conversations on and off the record, he will always say that this is the ICC, it's the highest standard. I know the court so well. We litigate based on evidence. He also said in his latest pleading that he expects Joel Butuyan and Gilbert Andres to make just ceremonial opening statements instead of substantive. So sa utak ko, maybe the person I was talking to would not be the same personality as I would see in the court. So to your question, medyo hindi ko in-expect yun. That is why, kasi iisa lang yung box naming mga journalists. So medyo din kami nagtitinginan din kami ng kung tama ba yung naririnig namin. At that point. So actually, ang hirap ng transition ng emotion having to come from Attorney Butuyan and having to actually look at each other and console pa yung mga victims who were crying. And then quickly transition to here where there's a lot of aggressive attacks against the media. Parang naguhulaan pa nga kami kung kami na ba yung pinaparinggan. Because he likes to refer to Chrissy, right? Chrissy Conti as the self-styled legal assistant to counsel. That's Chrissy. So pag meron siyang binabanggit, headline ba namin yun? And then he mentioned Nobel. So parang okay, kasama na kami. But yes, I didn't expect it that much that he would deliver those kinds of statements.
Lian, can we go back to the second half of Attorney Butuyan's opening statement? Earlier, you filed a report where you talked about how moving it was, and that was just the first 7 minutes of his opening statement. Can you expand on your own reaction and the reaction of the people in the gallery?
Pag umpisa pa lang talagang magsalita si Attorney Joel, medyo tahimik talaga yung gallery out of respect to the many victims who are there. That opening statement was for them. Siguro nagsimula na kaming mag-react kaming mga journalists when he showed Rafi Lerma's photo sa Philippine Daily Inquirer. And then umiyak na talaga yung mga victims. So the emotions was palpable in the gallery. Talagang yung mga Pilipino, I think, were holding back tears kasi hindi namin alam kung allowed ba kaming umiyak kasi hindi nga kami pwedeng magdala ng candy sa loob eh. So we don't know what we're allowed to do inside the gallery. So kung meron kaming narinig, it's really like the ganon. So yun yung rinig mo. Mind you, we're wearing headphones. So dapat wala kaming naririnig. Pero just the emotional the audible reaction of emotions, yun yung naririnig namin. What was really striking for me dun sa opening statement ni Attorney Butuyan is he appealed to the supporters of President Duterte. There was a significant chunk of just saying how people worship President Duterte. He was saying that nowhere in the world would someone who likens himself to Hitler be worshipped like this. Parang it's part appealing to them to maybe change their mind and also shaming them almost na parang bang sinasabi niya na you were once peace-loving and then Duterte created a bloodthirsty monster out of you. So it's both appeal to conscience, appeal to their being Filipino. So yun yung nag sa akin. That was remarkable for me because the past days that I've been here, that's really the dominant discussion in the coffee meetings that I've had, press conferences, meetings. It's really, what are we gonna do with the Filipino diaspora who's split down the middle? It's really anti-Duterte and rabid pro-Duterte fans. How are we going to have a conversation about overseas Filipinos? Kaya talagang nagmarka sa akin yung sinabing yon ni Attorney Butuyan.
Yes, he talked about the mini Dutertes or the Duterte clones, right? He had this very quotable line, no? Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity. Was there a response from the audience when he said that line?
Parang umiiyak na ata yung audience by then kasi moved na talaga sila from the description of how victims have lived a life of living hell. Yung mga ganon, parang, you remember that segment when he's appealing to the chamber that if you do not confirm the charges, you would be bringing back a suspect that is feared by these people. Kaya parang dun na nag-fixate yung mga tao at that time.
What about the reaction to his anecdotes where he used the Filipino language? I mean, personally, I thought to great effect, no? But what about there? When he said, for instance, yung kwento na yung husband and wife in the shanty, tapos sabi nung, sir, malinis po ako, maghuhubad po ako, no? And of course, he translated that. Were you able to gauge the impact or the effect on the audience?
The foreigners were looking to us for cues of what we were feeling. I sense really a deep deference to us kasi mas marami talagang Filipino doon sa gallery. Kaya pag merong big emotional reaction, like really, parang kahit di ko nga kilala, parang gusto akong itap just to say that we're with you, we're in solidarity with you. To be honest, mas natatandaan ko talaga yung mga reaksyon kay Nick Kaufman because they are varied. Doon kasi parang kay Joel Butuyan talagang parang it was really solemn, it was really like silence and all you just hear is like loud breathing. Dito kay Nick Kaufman talagang may yung the slightest laugh that they could manage na hindi mapapagalitan ng mga guardia ng ICC. But kayo, anong reaction niyo habang pinapanood niyo?
Some of the things we said cannot be repeated.
Cannot be aired.
Basta, I was telling the panel earlier na parang, like what you said, preaching to the choir too eh. Parang, they deliberately chose not to argue much on the legalist and the legalistic aspect, but more on the emotional. Sabi ko nga hindi nagkataon na the announcement of Vice President Sara Duterte's bid for the presidential run, nangyari siya days before to kasi deliberate attempt nila to, yung speech talaga ni Kaufman, to sway yun yung mga nasa middle, yung mga neutral about Duterte. So ano yun talaga address talaga to the Filipino people, especially that hindi na naman nila masyadong naiintindihan on the technical, so they will go after the emotional. Ako, Lian, may question lang ako sa iyo. For the context lang of our viewers, meron tayong 6 na Filipino lawyers na hindi accredited ng ICC na nandyan. Ito yung mga former members ng Duterte administration, Medeldea, Delgra, Bello, Lim, Dulay, Panelo. For context ng anong ginagawa nila dyan. Tapos interested din kami, anong demeanor nila during the hearing for the past 2-3 hours.
They are in the same gallery as us, pero sila yung pinaka nasa harapan. So the gallery is divided into 3 segments. The left, kapag tinignan mo, it's really full of human rights organizations, the victims, and the support groups. The middle is yung talagang mga middleman, mga diplomatic corps, ICC staff, and then the journalists. And then to the right, sa pinakababa, so wala silang view sa amin, kami may view sa kanila, the 6 lawyers that are there. And then I can see some pro-Duterte supporters on the right too, just because I interviewed them days before. Pero may mga anti-Duterte support. So I would say though that the gallery is composed more of human rights advocates. Alam mo, wala silang masyadong reaction to everything that was happening. Sila kasi pinapanood ko parang to the left, titigan ko yung victims, and then to the right, sa kanila. Wala silang masyadong reaction. I'll try to talk to them kanina. Tinanay ko na silang kausap kanina, kaso akala ata nila nagtatrabaho ko sa ICC kasi tinatanong ako nasa yung CR. Sabi ko, hindi po, I'm from Rappler. So I'll try to talk to them later just to get the reaction. But their status here is the same as us. They are accredited observers. Honestly, the ICC is open to the public kaso lang sa sobrang taas ng interest, clinose na talaga nila for random walk-in. So it's really just reserved for everyone who managed to register ahead of time. But parang natuwa naman si Sal Panelo kanina nung shinout out sila ni Nick Kaufman. I can see him preparing to be recognized during the opening statement.
Lian, I have a question from the Rappler app, but before I raise this, process check, is it right, the presiding judge called for a 90-minute break? Is that right?
2 hours 2 hours kaming magkaka-break. It's the lunch break. And then when we return, the prosecution is going to be making its first submission. So ito sana yung exciting part because the opening statements are basically what we've heard so far. So when the submissions come, we expect how the prosecution will sharpen their legal argument. I would expect them to also maybe respond. Kasi isa sa mga binanggit ni Kaufman kanina, how if the prosecution is saying that Duterte implicated himself in his own public speeches, he said, well, in the same speech, he also exonerates himself. So I'm very interested in how the prosecution will really sharpen that legal theory at ano pa ba yung kanilang magiging theory. And also, di ko alam if I missed this from the document containing charges, may attempted murder pala.
Yes.
So I kind of have a guess of who they can be. I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on air, baka they will be put at risk. But I kind of have a guess of who this could be under count 3. So yun yung the survivor. So yun yung interesting for me. So Tuesday yung prosecution submission ulit, and Thursday is when Kaufman has his show. Kasi yun na yung time niya to make his submissions naman.
And here's the question from the Rappler app, no, from Diaz. If the charges are confirmed and they proceed to trial, can Duterte still waive his right not to appear?
Yes.
No,
At trial, no.
No na.
At trial, no.
Yes, no
Yes. Pag confirmation, pwede pa.
Okay, but okay, if the trial proceeds, so the answer to the question is
no.
No, he has to be there.
Yeah.
Physically present, or he can also be beamed in online.
Just like during the first hearing.
That's the thing that's a little bit uncertain to me because we don't know how they define attendance in court, right? If the pre-trial chamber considers his health, he's turning 81 soon, so baka pagbigyan as in the first one. Pero hindi na siya pwedeng hindi magpakita sa trial niya because the ICC does not hold trials in absentia. Medyo parang first time lang nung kay Joseph Kony, but even then they said that's just a confirmation of charges hearing. So technically, they still do not hold trials in absentia, and that's something that they made very clear when they approved the waiver. Sorry.
Under the rules, Lian, may provision that allows use of video conferencing. So baka by analogy, they'll use that for during the trial phase. No? But under the rules also, it's a case-to-case basis. So hindi siya general. So kailangan mo i-justify kung bakit online siya, hindi siya physical.
Lian, we don't want to take up
kasi magla-lunch.
Much more of your lunch.
Alauna sa kanila, 1 o'clock yata.
Nakakain na ako.
1 o'clock sa 1 o'clock
Nakakain
dyan.
na ako ng lunch.
Okay, you can have the other people there look for the CR. Well, thank you. Maybe one last question. Let's go back to the political rhetoric and bluster of Nicholas Kaufman. No, meron siya isa pang sinabi na we all viscerally reacted when he described the war on drugs as a totally lawful campaign.
Yeah.
No? Again, parang itong as Jairo said, the preaching to the choir. How much of what he said will actually have an impact on the judges? How much of what he said was directed at the judges?
I think many of that was not directed to the judges, honestly. I think that was directed really to the audience of televised. May naalala lang ko, nakuha ko sa note ko, and this also got a very visceral reaction from the gallery. When he said that BBM, and he used those, yung nickname and BBM, set to neutralize Duterte.
Yes,
because, I'm using that word metaphorically. There's a visceral reaction because we couldn't believe he would take a word that has been used to actually kill people and make his case that Duterte was just joking. So actually sa utak ko nun, parang, I don't know, I'll ask you na lang, Sir Ted, having worked on these cases with Flag, how did you feel that a foreign lawyer was saying that BBM neutralized Duterte in a bid to trivialize the word neutralize?
Yeah, I mean, my first reaction was whatever is being paid, sulit yung bayad sa kanya. No? Kasi he knows what he's doing. It's deliberate. No? He knows that the appeal to emotion by Joel worked. The fact that he started with that, obviously nakita niya na may epekto yun. Siguro nakita niya sa mukha ng judges, I don't know. But the fact that he started with that, I think, is an acknowledgement na nakita niya yon at kailangan niya i-address kaagad bago mag-sink in yung visceral reaction. No? And so, that was my first reaction. Now, yung use of the word neutralize, no? I mean, that word has been key to this entire, all of these killings, right? And my reaction really was sayang, no? Kasi kung dinicide sana ng Supreme Court yung kaso, meron tayong ibig sabihin, di ba? At hindi pwedeng bastusin ni Kaufman yung mga biktima by using that word, no? Even if I understand, no, from the point of view of a defense counsel what he wanted to do, which is why I was saying sulit yung bayad sa kanya kasi he really knew what he needed to do as a defense counsel, no? Talagang kahit na magalit yung tao sa kanya, kahit na unpopular yung sasabihin niya, that's really yung ginagawa ng defense counsel. But using that word, no, and given he's also Jewish, right? It's deliberately inflammatory, no. So I'm not sure. And in fact, my question would have been, you've been speaking to the spokesperson of the ICC. I don't know. Maybe after this you can ask her. What was her impression of the opening statement of Kaufman? I'm sure she's heard Kaufman argue before whether this was, this was new, because I've been trying to look for a video of Kaufman's opening statement dun sa Congo case. I couldn't find any, but I don't know, what ICC's reaction is to that. No? Kasi nga deliberately provocative yung statement. Eh. But if I'm Kaufman, kasi I'm coming from a place wherein the prosecution needs to substantiate the charges para matuloy yung confirmation. But he also, I think, deliberately, fudge the burden. Kasi nga, ang burden is substantial ground. It's not yet proof beyond reasonable doubt. So he's painting a picture na hindi mapaprove ng prosecution ito. Wala pa tayo sa trial eh. It's really just to let the charges move ahead. And in order for the charges to move ahead, no, ang requirement lang ng law, ng statute, is substantial ground to believe that the accused committed the acts, no, as defined. And realistically, if you look at the way the charges are formulated, and some of the evidence that some of the testimony that we know, I think there is substantial ground. No? But again, that's his job. That's his job as defense counsel. But medyo nagfa-fudge lang siya ng konti dun sa burden to say na hindi mapoprove to ng prosecution, deliberately saying 20 speeches lang. Yung taken out of context, dinetelegraph na yung kanyang defense, no, na we will prove to you na taken out of context itong speech na ito. No? But again, deliberately obscuring the fact that people died, no? Yung numbers about saying that the Philippines is a dangerous country as far as drugs are concerned, at malamang kung hindi na tuloy ito, it would have been a higher number dying out of use of drugs. Again, deliberately obscuring the fact that people actually died because of the campaign, no, deliberately connected to the campaign. So medyo may ganung may ganung fudging lang of the truth, no, using legal argument. And again, that was very striking. No, he was doing exactly the same thing he was accusing the victims' counsel as well as the prosecution of doing, di ba? Na he kept repeating this is a court of law, but his appeal wasn't directly to the law. No. So medyo strange lang.
Para siyang opening statement as gaslighting.
Well, yeah. In a sense,
I heard that word kanina, gaslighting. I heard it from fellow reporters.
Yeah.
Lian, we've already taken up too much of your time. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. Thank you.
Thanks, John, Jairo, and Sir Ted.
Thank you again. That was Lian Buan reporting live from The Hague. So time check, it's 8:18 p.m. The hearing will resume, I think, at 2 p.m. Hague time.
No,
so
2
that
p.m.
would,
Hague time?
Yeah, so that would be 9 p.m. In the Philippines. There's a lot to unpack here, no? I think even including yung sa deputy prosecutor, no? Ang katulad nga na sinabi mo, very methodical, no? Almost emotionless. Tapos yung kay Attorney Butuyan representing the victims, yes, it was emotional, and he had some very quotable quotes, no? A very powerful images, no? Like the last boat, di ba? Duterte as being worshipped, di ba? But very powerful. And then I also have to say, I mean, putting on, if I can borrow your cap, no, your hat, parang may effectiveness din yung kay Kaufman, di ba? Very political or even partisan, you know, the checklist and so on. Pero meron din siyang sinasabing konti directed to the judges na we will prove to you it's like this,
right.
and so on.
That's always the advantage of the defense kasi in a criminal case. Kasi wala siyang burden to prove anything pag hindi ma-prove ng prosecution. So yun yung luxury niya. Kasi he does not need to tama siya doon na hindi kailangan ni Duterte mag-prove kung hindi ma-prove ng prosecution, right? Kung hindi ma-prove. So yun yung kailangan siguro makita ngayon. Kasi in the confirmation of charges, again, the burden really is just substantial reason or ground to believe that the respondent committed these acts, no? Pag napatunayan ng prosecution yon in the view of the judges, tuloy na, no? Tuloy sa trial yan. On any of the three or all of the three charges.
Of the three opening statements, anything else you want to add to the discussion? Maybe I'll start with Jairo.
Ako, before siguro dun sa opening statement, importante din talaga na mag-zero in tayo dun sa term na neutralization. Kasi ilang years na pending po yung Supreme Court petition, questioning the legality of the drug war, but more importantly, the definition of the word neutralization. It is the term used by the police to refer to the killings of individuals in the war on drugs. Unfortunately, wala tayong legal meaning doon, kaya yung mga victims talagang nanghingi ng tulong sa Supreme Court to define that word so they can build on that. They can build cases from that. To put into context, sobrang hirap niya on a legal perspective kasi even during the Quad Committee hearing of the House of Representatives, just to define the word neutralization, they had to pull in many police officers. They had to pull in many witnesses to say on record what neutralization means. I remember Garma and Espinido mentioning the word neutralization based on the orders given to them. That's why it's very important that we talk about neutralization, how Kaufman trivialized the word neutralization, when in fact, it's very important in our context, in exacting accountability from the perpetrator.
But it wasn't only a populist take, no? He was also responding directly to the prosecutor.
Right, to the prosecutor.
Who quoted that word. No? So may legal banat din siya.
Yeah, that's true. Kaya nga yung take ko doon is that, effectively, tinivalize niya yung word by saying that, Marcos wanted to neutralize Duterte, by using it in a different way, politically. And while, and if going to the evidence, yun naman talaga yung key definition that we really would, as Jairo put it, connect, no? Yung acts done, the orders received, no? What was the understanding of these people when that word neutralization was used?
As a writer and editor, I'm struck by the emphasis that Kaufman placed on language.
Language, yes, true.
Kasi parang yun yung part of their defense, But as he said, neutralization, I can use this to describe Marcos because it's just a metaphor. Parang, and then we'll apply that to Duterte. Metaphor lang lahat yan, figurative language and so on. But I was just struck by that.
But, we really should have seen that coming because that's really part of the playbook. Remember, there was someone who said, he's just joking. No? And but easily during that period when Duterte was president, his words mattered. Yun yung problema doon kasi nga he may have been joking, gallows humor, but his words mattered. They caused consequences to happen, di ba? So for Kaufman to now say na hindi ganun yung ibig sabihin niya or hindi dapat ninyong seryosohin yung words na yan, is napakaseryoso ng consequences na nangyari, no? Medyo mahirap yung tanggapin, no? But again, from the point of view of a defense counsel, kasama yun sa depensa niya. He would really have to parse out the words. He would really have to contextualize the words to say, that's not what he meant, no? And I remember when I was reading Pat Evangelista's book, where she went through the speeches of Duterte.
That's right,
Very striking yun. Kasi nga, she situated the speeches within the what happened, di ba?
Right.
So ganun yun eh. So words mattered, di ba? And so yes, the context mattered, and I'm sure that would be part of the prosecution's proof na nung sinabi ni Duterte yan, may nangyari. May nangyari at ito yung naintindihan niya. Ang kailangan lang talaga ma-prove ngayon ng prosecution substantially is to show that when these words were uttered, this was the intent. And that is why Kaufman's whole theory na trying to recontextualize is also significant. Kasi part yun ng ploy niya.
Sorry, how do you prove intent?
Intent is proven by acts eh.
So it's
criminal
the
law.
consequence.
Yeah, it's a consequence.
Okay.
Kasi nga, intent is a state of mind, right?
Sure.
So,
Yeah, that's right.
obviously, you cannot go into the mind and say, yun yung intent niya. So, intent is shown by the acts that followed, di ba?
Right.
So, yun eh. I mean,
So the formula is, Duterte said this,
and
people died.
Someone, di ba? Someone acted, people died.
Okay.
Kasi yun yung accusation against him eh. Di ba? Na he was the one who induced the behavior, right? How did he induce the behavior? Speaking these words, right? Saying these words, ito yung nangyari because of these words, right? So the intent has to be shown by the acts that happened. So again, understandable yun na sasabihin ni Kaufman that that's not what he meant, because it's really all dependent on what the words meant. Di ba? On what the words meant. Ganun siya.
Pero pag ganun, attorney, pwede ba siyang tingnan like collectively? For example, sinabi ni Duterte, ito yung marching order niya starting July 1, 2016, kill all.
Part of it is that if you will see, I think the prosecution will probably do this, is to show a pattern of behavior. Kasi hindi man pwede isolated eh. Hindi lang naman isolated instance ito eh. In several acts yan eh. So papakita dapat niya na may pattern yan, may pattern of behavior. Ito yung intention. Kasi nga common, di ba? Ang pinapakita niya, there was a central plan. This was the plan, right? And everything said should actually lead to that plan. Ganun dapat yung burden niya. So yun yung dapat niyang papakita. So whoever will be the witnesses, yun yung dapat nilang ipakita.
I had a chance to interview Assistant to Counsel Chrissy Conti before she left for The Hague, and she said one of the things that she was really looking forward to is to hear Kaufman, because this is the first time that they will actually make a formal presentation of their argument. But so far, their argument, nakikita ko una, so language, sinasabi niya, political rhetoric and bluster. Pangalawa, parang he wants to paint, asan na ba yun? Duterte will always remain a unique phenomenon. Parang gusto niya sabihin, iba to eh, sui generis, no? Iba siya.
Also defending his legacy.
Yeah.
Diba? He ended with that, na yung legacy niya intact.
Yeah, and justifying.
Justifying.
May mga data siya sinasabi na after Duterte ended this term, ganito yung drug situation in the country.
Yeah, meron pa siyang the death rate actually increased after Duterte.
Yes.
But we need to fact check that, because
that's right. We need
there's actually a decrease in numbers in drug war killings as you recorded by the HAS, the recording system of UP third words. Although there were killings under Marcos, but compared to Duterte, sobrang malaki pa rin ang difference.
That's right. So some of these things, that's why I use the word gaslighting, because parang bobolahin mo lang yung tao. And then when you look at the statistics, maybe there are nuances and that sort of thing. Anything else that struck you about the argument that he was putting together?
Ako personally, yung Davao model. We're speaking about
Davao model.
The neutralization, paano ginamit ni Kaufman. Yung Davao model din eh. Kasi the Davao model, yung isa sa mga main arguments of the prosecution, how Duterte implemented his war on drugs in Davao City, then to the national scale. Yun yung context ng Davao model in Quadcom hearings and in ICC. But in Kaufman's speech, sinabi niya na yung Davao model is actually yung ginawa ni Duterte sa Davao, na tinanggal niya yung mga communist, yung kaguluhan, and then applied it to the Philippines, kaya nagkaroon ng law and order. But we have to fact check that, because yung Davao model na yun, yung sa Davao na sinasabi, I went to Davao specific for at least 2 weeks to study yung sinasabi ni Duterte na Davao model supposedly. And I found out by talking to a lot of people na totoo naman that Duterte was able to, change Davao na maging safe siya after the martial law era. But then again, nagkaroon siya ng false nostalgia na lang yung mga tao na lagi nilang nire-refer kay Duterte yung law and order ng Davao para nagkaroon ng utang na loob sa kanila because si Duterte lang din naman yung naging mayor nila. So yun yung reality doon. But beyond that, nakalimutan na ng mga tao yung fact na Duterte is a fascist, Duterte is an alleged killer na on top of yung to secure the so-called law and order, he had his men kill yung mga taong nasa paligid niya. That's how, yun yung definition ni Duterte ng law and order. At yun yung ginawa niya dito sa Davao model. According to the testimony of Reina Garma, one of the closest cops to Rodrigo Duterte, yung Davao model ni Duterte ay kinausap siya to find a cop that will implement the Davao model. And that was originally Edelberto Leonardo, former NAPOLCOM commissioner, who's now nowhere to be seen. Wala siya dito sa mga pinag-uusapan natin. Pero before he left the public, yung public ay nagbigay siya ng statement confirming itong sinasabi ni Garma. So yun yung context ng Davao model. So in other words, itong si Kaufman, hindi lang to basta inaaral niyang mabuti kung ano yung mga sasabihin niya at tinatry niya maging Duterte, binabaliktad niya talaga yung mga arguments na gagamitin.
Exactly, no? It's like a kind of jiu-jitsu, no?
Yeah.
Where you get somebody else's term, Davao model, and redefine it. No? So in a way, as you already said earlier, he is neutralizing the key concepts. Neutralization as a word, as a verb, Davao model. What else from Kaufman's opening statement? I was struck by his demeanor, ano? Parang medyo iba yung asta niya.
Well, again, it's the first time I've heard him, seen him in court. I was trying to look for previous opening arguments
in other situations,
in his other cases. Wala akong makita. But again, if you're defense counsel kasi, especially for such a, for an unpopular or popular, depending on which side, di ba? For an unpopular defendant, for example, you need to take on a certain posture, Kasi I mean, yun yung ano dyan. And then, of course, this is for a very grave, a very serious offense. So, meron ding, usually pag opening arguments, opening statements, usually may projections din yan I mean, there's also theater involved, I mean, in terms of the American system, when they argue before a jury, there's some dramatics involved, there's some theater involved for the jury. And that's why, that explains the way that Kaufman projected himself, na kailangan ganito ako, very forceful, very passionate, that he also believed in his client. He had to actually put on record that he defended Duterte. He agreed with Duterte, di ba? Kasi otherwise it will just look like he's a hired gun, right? And I'm just doing this because I'm being paid to do my job, right? But he went beyond that. He actually defended Duterte, basically saying, I agree with the guy, right? So, ibang level din yun, Kasi talagang makikita mo, if what he's saying is true, right? And so, he's a believer, right? And so, I don't know how that will affect his defense, But he's a believer. So, as opposed to, let's say, someone who's basically just looking at the facts and trying to defend his rights, from a conviction that should not happen, as with most defense counsels, diba? Pero ito iba kasi effectively may investment siya. He's saying na naniniwala ako diyan. Naniniwala ako sa kanya at doon sa ginawa niya, diba? So again, that's a little strange for me kasi nga we don't have this kind of system in our trial courts, and lawyers have the luxury of not having to put their beliefs on the line, But dito sa opening statement, he declared it. Basically, he's saying, naniniwala ako sa kanya, naniniwala ako sa ginawa niya, at naniniwala ako doon sa legacy niya. Okay, that's interesting. So that's why I was asking Lian kung pwede na tanongin ni ICC, is this the first time that Kaufman's done this?
Or that's his...
his usual style. Kasi if it's his usual style, then okay, style niya yun. But if he never did this before in his previous cases, then I don't know.
Jairo, let's go back to Attorney Butuyan. Maybe I can ask you the same question I asked Dian. So we were already all moved with the first 7 minutes of his opening statement, and then there was a break, no? What struck you when he came back, no? He spoke for another 20-something minutes. Anything he said that struck you?
Ako personally, what struck me is yung sabi ni Attorney Butuyan that the confirming the charges would restore the dignity of the families of those who are killed. Ako personally talaga, yung isa sa mga pinaka-remarkable cases that I covered aside from Kian was the case of the Bonifacio, father and son, who were killed in Caloocan in 2016. That's the 4th drug war conviction in the Philippines. It's very interesting in particular because ang nagpakulong doon sa mga pulis na yon ay si Nanay Mary Ann Domingo, yung asawa at anak niya yung pinatay. And then si Mary Ann Domingo, kinukwento niya during my interview with her after the conviction, sobrang wala siya mapuntahan. Siya yung perfect example ng kung gaano kahirap kumuha ng ebidensya. Pumunta siya sa police, humingi siya ng blotter, hindi siya binigyan. Pumunta siya sa mga police station, humingi siya ng copy ng police report, hindi siya binigyan. Gustong-gusto niyang magsampa ng kaso sa mga police, hindi niya alam yung gagawin niya. Then one day daw, naglalakad siya sa EDSA, sa Quezon Avenue. Nakita niya daw yung malaking poster doon sa may UCCP sa Quezon Avenue. Nakita doon na huwag kang papatay. Yung isa sa mga poster ng UCCP condemning yung Duterte's arrest. And then wala siyang idea na may mga lawyers pala doon. Nandun ang Rise Up, nandun yung mga human rights lawyer. Pumasok siya doon, humingi doon siya ng tulong. And from then on, tinulungan niya yung mga lawyers niya na mag-build ng cases. Lagi siya yung sa kanya nagre-refer yung mga lawyers niya doon sa case build-up. Kasi trabaho niya yun. Yun yung nag-struck sa akin kasi totoo yun eh. Mabibigyan natin ng dignity yung mga tulad ni Nanay Mary Ann kapag may mga ganitong confirmation of charges kapag nangyari ito. Kasi yung reality sa kanila sobrang hirap. Mag-isa sila dito sa Pilipinas, wala silang katulong, hindi sila tulungan ng system natin. And this is the least thing that the world can do for them. Totoong last vote nila yon. Kaya very moving talaga sa akin, in particular yung sinabi ni Attorney Joel dito. Although it may appear emotional, but for me actually, kung titignan natin from a wider perspective yung argument ni Attorney Butuyan, it's actually an indirect way of saying na ICC, importante ituloy nyo to kasi walang kwenta ang justice system sa Pilipinas as far as the war on drugs victims are concerned.
As we proceed with our panel tonight, let's look back at the opening statement of ICC Deputy Prosecutor Mame Manlayen Niyang earlier today.
President, honorable member of the bench, all those following these proceedings inside the courtroom and outside, and especially those in the Philippines. Today marks an important day for international justice for the people of the Philippines, for the victims, and for this court. The commencement of the confirmation hearing against Mr. Rodrigo Roa Duterte is a reminder of the court's unwavering commitment to its mission to investigate and prosecute individuals for the most serious crimes of concern to the international community and to bring justice to the thousands of victims of the mass crimes and atrocities perpetrated in the Philippines. It is also a reminder that those in power are not above the law. Your Honors, over the course of the next 20 minutes or so, I will provide an overview of the evidence in this case that demonstrates that Mr. Duterte is responsible for the charged crimes. And my team will then develop aspects of this evidence in more details. This case before you today, before you today because there are substantial grounds to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for those three counts of murder just spelled out and attempted murder as crimes against humanity. These charged crimes were committed during the time within the court jurisdiction, which is between the 1st of November 2011 and the 16th of March 2019. At first, they were committed in and around Davao City, where Mr. Duterte was a mayor, and then expanded across the rest of the Philippines when he became president. Mr. Duterte is charged with 49 incidents of murder and attempted murder of 78 victims, including children. These murders and attempted murders were part of a widespread and systematic attack that overall resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians across the country during the relevant time frame. Thus, the charged incidents are merely a fraction of the overall criminality that resulted from Mr. Duterte's so-called war on drugs. What is Mr. Duterte's core contribution? Your Honors, Mr. Duterte played a pivotal role in the commission of the charged crimes. His contribution was essential, as he was at the very heart of the common plan to use his words, to neutralize alleged criminals in the Philippines, including through murders. The victim included individuals associated with or perceived to be associated with drugs. One of the first things Mr. Duterte did when he became the mayor of Davao back in 1988 was to create the infamous Davao Death Squad, otherwise known as DDS. As you will have seen from the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte personally instructed Death Squad members that their mission was to kill criminals and suspected criminals, including drug users and dealers, also referred to as drug pushers. The death squads carried out this mission well into the charge period through 2011 to 2016, perpetrating the crimes charged in count 1. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte's criminal plan and his intent were no secret. He not only shared them with his co-perpetrators and members of the death squad, but also made them abundantly clear to the general public in the numerous public statements that he made time and again. During his presidential campaign, Mr. Duterte explicitly vowed to implement the common plan to neutralize alleged criminal nationwide if elected. This was his program to be elected. He publicly announced his intention to eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs in 3 to 6 months. And this is what he said. I quote, "If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. That's what he said. And this can be found at tab 12 of the prosecution list of material. Similarly, when speaking about druggies, in a televised interview in 2015, this is again what he said. If I become president, you will all get wiped out. I will order your execution within 24 hours. That's what he said. That I quote directly from his word. And this quote can be found at tab 19.2 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 401684, page 003, and these are the lines 82 to 83. And elected he was. And becoming president on 13th of June 2016, this provided him with the opportunity to follow through with his promise and to expand extrajudicial killings of alleged criminals beyond Davao and across the rest of the Philippines. He did this through the implementation of the National Anti-Illegal Drug Campaign, better known as Duterte's War on Drug, and its project, Double Barrel. These were carried out by the national network consisting of law enforcement personnel working together with non-police assets and hitmen. Mr. Duterte authorized murder and personally selected some of the targets. During the mayoral period, when he was mayor, his clearance was required for the DDS to carry out the killings. Essentially, members of the DDS needed Mr. Duterte's green light to murder. And during the presidential period, Mr. Duterte has continued to personally identify some of the targets, including by publicly naming those he claimed were involved in illegal drug trade or in other forms of criminality. He also identified targets by holding up a list containing their name. And if you are on the list, you will be killed. And this was a word of one prosecution witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 54 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL OTP 00015-486, page 0009, and the relevant lines are 260 to 261. Mr. Duterte provided moral and financial support to the direct perpetrators as well. In a 12 December 2016 speech, Mr. Duterte admitted that he used to ride around Davao on a motorcycle looking for trouble, so he could kill. And he said, and this again his own word I'm quoting here, in Davao, I used to do it personally, just to show the guy that if I can do it, why can't you? And these are his own words. And this quote can be found at tab 16.1 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL-OTP-000155547 at 0002 lines 7 and 8. And the evidence show that Mr. Duterte's Davao City Mayor office provided some member of the DDS with a regular salary. Financial rewards were also given to direct perpetrators in the form of cash per head of killing. And at a press conference in 2013, Mr. Duterte stated that shoot to kill orders and reward are, and I quote him, are legitimate tools of government to fight lawlessness. This is his own word. And if he surrendered to me or his carcass dead, then I double the price. And again, yeah, and that was what he boasted. This quote can be found at tab 17.2 of the prosecution list of materials, PHL-OTP-000094932 at 0002, and the relevant lines are lines 7 to 11. Deaths of drug personalities killed in anti-drug operation were endorsed by Mr. Duterte's administration and listed as official accomplishment in public reporting. Your Honors, as you will have a confirmation brief, Mr. Duterte also provided the direct perpetrators with weapons, ammunition, and logistical support to facilitate the commission of the charged crime. And he also had control, wide control over those crimes. And let me now turn specifically to that control. As mayor of Davao and later as president of the Philippines, Mr. Duterte wielded ultimate influence and authority over the physical perpetrators of the crimes. As mayor, Mr. Duterte was chief executive of the Davao city government, with responsibility for exercising general supervision and control over all its activities. He had formal operational supervision and control over National Police Unit in Davao. As creator and head of the DDS, he also had de facto control over the death squad's members. When Mr. Duterte became president on the 30th of June 2016, he sat at the very apex of the political power structure in the Philippines. He became the head of state, head of government, and commander-in-chief of all armed forces of the Philippines. He also became the leader of the country's police forces. This level of authority allowed him to wield de jure and de facto control over those implementing the common plan nationwide. Mr. Duterte's control over the crime is also apparent from his ability to interrupt their commission when he so chooses. And as outlined in our reconfirmation brief, he successfully suspended police anti-illegal drug operation on 2 occasions following public outcries in response to particularly notorious killings. On both occasions, the number of reported killings dropped significantly during the suspension. showcasing his control. So when he asks people to act, they act. When he asks them to refrain, they do so. So they oblige. So Mr. Duterte was well aware of the authority he had over the perpetrators. In a speech given to the National Bureau of Investigation in November 2016, he expressly acknowledged his position of power. And this is what he said. To the military, I am commander-in-chief. On the civilian side, I am the chief executive of the government. And when talking about the police, this is what he's saying. They are my subordinate, and I am ultimately responsible for their deeds. And these are quotations, and they can be found at tab 131.2 of our prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP-0095-679, page 0004, and the relevant lines are from 131 to 134. And the direct perpetrators complied with Duterte's order and respected his authority. Mr. Duterte was respected by the physical perpetrators. He was feared, and his order and instruction were obeyed. One insider witness explicitly says that the police killed, and I quote, because of the directive of the president. This is what the witness said, an insider. And this quote can be found at tab 120 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL OTP -00088-631-R01 and page 66. And the relevant line are from 2304 to 2306. And this statement is corroborated by other statements we have also provided. And some direct perpetrator complied because of their blind loyalty to Mr. Duterte. Some did it out of fear, and others were encouraged to comply by promises of money and rewards. For some, killings reached the level of a perverse form of competition with effort to attain killing quotas, which in turn would lead to promotions and rewards. Others felt there was no other choice but to comply, with one insider explaining that it was simply not possible to not obey Mr. Duterte's command. And this is also from an insider witness. And this evidence can be found at tab 51 of the prosecution list of materials, ERN PHL-OTP-001-5403 at page 0008 to 0009, and the relevant line here is from 240 to 245. Direct perpetrators were further emboldened to commit crime by Mr. Duterte's repeated promises of immunity. In various public statements, Mr. Duterte vowed to protect the police involved in killing. And this is what he said again. For as long as there is a power to pardon in the Constitution, that's my weapon against crime. If you massacre 100 and there are 100 of you, then you will all be pardoned. Restored to full political and civil rights, plus a promotion to boot. It's like that. especially the high profile. And this quote can be found at tab 130.2 of the prosecution list of materials at ERN PHL-OTP and 50336 at page 0010. Such statements reassure the physical perpetrators. One insider described that he felt confident to continue killing people because he knew that he wouldn't be arrested for that. And this evidence can be found at tab 38 of the prosecution list of material, ERN PHL-OTP-0001-2779 at page 0005, and relevant lines are from 130 to 131. Your Honors, let me now say a few words about the contextual elements. The 78 murders and attempted murders that Mr. Duterte is charged with in this case were not random. These were not random crimes, nor was they spontaneous or happened in isolation. Rather, the evidence demonstrates that they were part of a widespread and systematic attack directed against the civilians population of the Philippines. The murders and attempted murders were carried out across the Philippines and over a substantial period of time. Overall, Duterte's so-called war on drugs resulted in the killings of thousands of civilians from the 1st of November 2011 to the 16th of March 2019. And many of these victims were...
Excuse me, counsel, you have 5 minutes left.
Okay. Yes, were children. The victim of extrajudicial killing charge in this case were brutally murdered, some after having been abducted and mistreated. Unlike Mr. Duterte, who is represented by his counsel here today, they were deprived of any form of due process. The loss of every single one of these victims had the most profound impact on their families, their friends, and ultimately their communities. Their suffering was met not merely with Mr. Duterte's indifference, but with his mocking. In a 25 July 2016 speech, he expressly made fun of the iconic photograph portraying the partner of an extrajudicial killing victim cradling his body, which now visible on our screen. While the specific incident portrayed in this photograph is not charged in this case, Mr. Duterte's comment on it is demonstrative of his attitude towards the victims. In reference to this photo, Mr. Duterte, this is what he said. Those of you who are still sober, those who haven't tried illegal drugs, if you don't want to die or get hurt, don't rely on the priest, including human rights advocate. They won't be able to prevent death. So, don't do it. And then there you are, sprawled on the ground, and you are portrayed in a broadsheet like Mother Mary cradling the dead cadaver of Jesus Christ. That's how they are creating dramas here. This is what he said. And this quote can be found at tab 128 of the prosecution list of material at ERN PHL-OTP-50335, page 0008. And of course, the question of whether Mr. Duterte had knowledge and intent, of course, goes without saying. Your Honors, Mr. Duterte intended and knew that the charged crime were occurring, or that they would occur in the ordinary course of event that he had set in place and put in motion. His intent and knowledge are shown by the multiple statements he made throughout his mayoral and presidential tenure, promising to reduce crimes by killing alleged criminals, promoting the common plan, and urging police and even members of the public to kill alleged criminals. As detailed in the prosecution pre-confirmation brief, and as Your Honor will hear in the course of my team's presentation, Mr. Duterte also made statements directly acknowledging allegations of extrajudicial killings by his subordinates and issued written order showing he knew about the crimes they committed. Your Honors, the prosecution relies on significant and varied sources of evidence to demonstrate that substantial ground exists to believe that Mr. Duterte is criminally responsible for the crimes. This evidence includes multiple witness statements, including insider witnesses. It includes many speeches of Mr. Duterte himself, as well as the statement of his co-perpetrators. It also includes orders and other documents signed by himself. The prosecution further relies on official government documents, including material from the Philippine National Police. It relies on drug watch lists, on audio and video material, as well as on forensic and financial evidence. Your Honors, during the prosecution's subsequent presentation, my colleague will elaborate on some of these core evidence in more detail. Mr. Nichols will give a presentation on Mr. Duterte's background, followed by an overview of the evidence demonstrating his responsibility for the crime charged in count 1. This will be followed by the presentation of Mr. Jeremy behind me, who will speak about the evidence demonstrating Mr. Duterte's responsibility as President for the crime charged in count 2 and 3. And Ms. Croft, on my left, will then elaborate on the contextual element of crime against humanity and the mode of liability through which Mr. Duterte is responsible for the crimes alleged in this case. And to conclude, Madam President, Your Honor, while this court cannot reunite victims with their loved one, it can help reveal the truth about what happened to them and bring a sense of justice to the victim. The charges before you today are serious, and the evidence submitted require their confirmation. And Mr. Duterte must be held to account, and this case should be confirmed for trial. I thank you very much.
And we're back. This is Rappler's special coverage of the Duterte pre-trial hearing in the International Criminal Court. That was the prosecution's opening statement that we just heard for the second time. Attorney Ted, Jairo, let's talk about that opening statement. Attorney Ted, you said earlier, no, it's methodical and so on. But it struck me that this opening statement will be heard, for the most part, by Duterte supporters as in fact factual.
Yes.
You know, they will say, oh, yes, he said that, but he needed to do that and that sort of thing.
Yes.
Do you share that view?
Yes, I agree. And I think that's the phenomenon. For many, well, who are maybe true believers, they will see nothing wrong with that. No? They will say, yeah, that he really did that. Because again, as you said, kailangan naman yun. He really needed it. No? So, and that is again, I cannot, emphasize that the statement of Joel Butuyan, Attorney Butuyan, speaking for the victims, I think really strikes home. Kasi yun that creates a culture, that creates a mindset na very dangerous, na it basically cheapens life, no? Na kaya mong gawin yun, and then people will see nothing wrong with it. And from a human rights perspective, it's really difficult to accept that that cannot be condemned as something that's wrong, diba? And for counsel of Duterte, Kaufman, to say that baliwala yan, diba? Ibalik niyo si Duterte sa Pilipinas, no? Huwag niyo ituloy yung kaso kasi wala naman siyang ginawang mali, no? Yung drug war was perfectly lawful. No? I think there's something wrong there, eh. Kasi we cannot have killings and then for people to accept na, okay, tama lang yung killings, di ba? If you can't even feel outraged, if you can't even feel moved by that, then there's really something wrong. As Joel pointed out in his opening statement.
Jairo, I remember what Michelle Abad in her interview with
one of the Duterte
supporters, no? She was able to elicit from him 2 reasons. No, why are you here? One is it's a sovereignty issue, jurisdiction and so on. Patriotic Filipinos shouldn't be tried abroad and so on. And the second one is our system works, but he just kept saying the Supreme Court. We have a working Supreme Court, no? Parang ang layo dun sa sinasabi nung deputy prosecutor, no? Ano yung reaction mo dun sa kausap ni Michelle earlier?
Ako, I would really understand why Duterte supporters are, think that way. Para kasi silang machine na kung ano yung pinifeed sa kanilang political agenda, kung ano yung pinifeed sa kanilang mga thoughts and ideals, yun. They do not think, logically and rationally at this point, and it has already been established. Very emotional sila. But with regard to the Supreme Court, kanina, yung nandun ako sa Supreme Court, paulit-ulit yung sinasabi ng mga tao. They went there, they really sought, a million signature to forward it to the Supreme Court because they believe, and I will quote them, the Supreme Court is the last bastion of the truth in our country. And it's not really a statement coming from nowhere. It actually comes from their belief that the Supreme Court would really save Digong because of the makeup of the Supreme Court. Majority of the justices are appointed by former President Rodrigo Duterte. But aside from that fact, it also comes from a place na this is the same Supreme Court that struck down the impeachment of the Vice President. And they think that this Supreme Court is pro-Duterte, or at least through them, fair Supreme Court, that they have a fair chance in the Supreme Court, that nawala silang ganun sa executive and legislative. Kaya yun yung mindset nila na meron silang kakampi sa Supreme Court, yun yung belief nila because of the structure and the history of the Supreme Court deciding on key cases, at least as far as the Duterte petitions are concerned.
You see, Attorney Butuyan naman, representing the victim, at one point said, we hope that this case will be a mirror to the police force, and I guess also the Duterte supporters. Diba? So, pero parang, I don't know if that's going to happen. Yung kay Attorney Butuyan, he also spoke for a total of about 30 minutes, no? Yeah. Of course, we found it very interesting. We've said this again and again. It's very powerful. Yes, it was emotional, but it was also strategic, and it really gave us some powerful images and some very quotable quotes. No, let's watch a part of that opening statement by the Common Legal Representative of Victims, Attorney Joel Butuyan.
Your Honors, there is only one solution to stop the impunity propagated by Mr. Duterte from continuing to bring harm and suffering to the victims. And that is for this honorable chamber to confirm the charges so that witnesses can testify and evidence can be presented on the horrible crimes committed by Mr. Duterte. The testimonies and evidence presented will inoculate these mini Dutertes from the virus of impunity that has infected them. When they will see and hear the utter cruelty, the sheer brutality, in other words, the brazen inhumanity of the crimes committed by Mr. Duterte, and the humanity of those whose lives were violently taken, it will rekindle the embers of humanity that still remain in their hearts. Many of these mini Dutertes or Duterte clones are actually victims of massive doses of fake news widely circulated online. They need to be vaccinated with the truth, and the truth vaccine can only come from the testimonies of victims and evidence presented in a trial before this court. Truth is the antidote to the virus of impunity, Your Honors. The victims dread a future where charges are not confirmed in this case. It will mean that the virus of impunity will continue to spread and infect many more. Victims fear that Duterte clones will become an even bigger group that can elect another apostle of impunity as the Philippines' next leader. If that happens, an even more serious condition of impunity can take place in the Philippines. The virus of impunity that has spread all over the Philippines is very grave and serious, Your Honors. Imagine a leader like Mr. Duterte, who proudly and publicly proclaimed his aspirations of following the footsteps of Adolf Hitler when he said, quote, "Hitler massacred 3 million Jews. Now there are 3 million drug addicts. I'd be happy to slaughter them," unquote. And yet, he is worshipped by a huge number of Filipinos. In so many countries, you will need to hide your adoration of Hitler. Mr. Duterte flaunted it, and his fanatics are unaffected by it. Mr. Duterte has pronounced so many other horrible declarations meant to promote and encourage impunity, as it will be detailed tomorrow by my colleagues. And yet, he is idolized by a multitude of Filipinos. The defense will claim that he was merely bombastic and acerbic when he made these statements. But if he were merely being pompous and flippant, the people who were killed should be alive and laughing today at his supposed pranks and stunts.
That's an excerpt from the opening statement of the counsel for the victims, Attorney Butuyan. Attorney Ted, Jairo, in about 13 or so minutes, the last hour of day one of the confirmation of charges hearing in The Hague will resume. Mm-hmm. What can we expect in the last hour of this first day?
That will be when the prosecution will now provide the meat of the matter, as it were. No? This is where the submission of the merits will happen. Mm-hmm. And I think at the last part of the prosecutor's opening arguments, he already detailed who would present what. No? Mm-hmm. So that on the 3 charges, they will mention what evidence they will bring, mm-hmm. who the witnesses will be. No? So there we will hear the more specific facts. Hindi na ito rhetoric. No? This will really now be saying, this is the fact we want to prove, and this is who will prove it. This is who will testify on it. No? So we will hopefully also see, no, how the evidence will be connected to each other. No? Kasi makikita natin doon kung kailan ipepresenta yung witness or who will go first. I don't know if they will go to that extent, but that's where they will detail the prosecution evidence.
But there is no calling of the witnesses yet?
No, none yet. But they will mention who the witnesses will be.
Names.
The names. They will mention the names. So it will be the first time that that Duterte, through his counsels, will hear kung sino yung mga witnesses na ipipresenta laban sa kanya on the 3 specific counts of the I think they are given 2.5 hours, if I'm not mistaken, broken into 2 parts. Kasi I think 1 hour for today, and then I think tomorrow another hour or hour and a half, I think.
If I'm not mistaken, the defense has a total of 3.5 hours speaking time.
Okay.
So you take out the 30 minutes for the opening statement, 30 minutes for the closing, they're left with 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours total.
So the prosecution will have, I think, 1.5 or 2, and then the victims' counsel will have 1 hour.
1 hour.
Or something.
Okay. Yeah.
I think the idea was to give the defense the last word and also more time than the others. Jairo, ikaw, what are you looking forward to in the next hour?
I'm really expecting to know at least the identity of the third witness that Kaufman was referring to earlier. We have a lot of speculations, but we're gonna go with the statements from our officials. It might be Rui Nagarma, but that's speculative at this point because. But if we're gonna go with Remulla's statement na ito nga si Garma ay already out of the country, but it could also be Eduardo Asierto, one of the colonels familiar with the drug system of Duterte. If for those who are not familiar to him, isa siya sa mga unang nag-expose of how Duterte's drug war was actually flawed because it only goes after or went after the small drug users but not on the big-time users. So sobrang curious ako on the witnesses.
So if they are the third, the first 2 would be...
Likely it would be Las Cañas, Arturo Las Cañas, and Edgar Matobato.
Edgar Matobato.
Right.
Those are established witnesses.
Very quickly, can you just refresh our memory about the 2?
Arturo Las Cañas and Edgardo Matobato are self-confessed hitmen of Duterte. They said that they were former members of the so-called Duterte Davao Death Squad, established by Duterte in the 1990s when Duterte was the mayor of Davao City. Edgar Matobato, same lang naman yung arguments na sinabi niya as Las Cañas. Dinetail niya kung paano yung mga kill orders na binigay sa kanila. Pero mas substantial actually yung arguments na allegations ni Las Cañas rather because si Las Cañas yung unang nag-explain kung paano bumababa yung kill orders ni Duterte from Duterte down to the hitmen, paano yung reward system, sino yung CCM, saan nila si Superman, saan nila tinatapon yung bodies, sa Laod Quarry, sino yung mga involved. Siya rin yung mga nagdamay doon sa mga co-perpetrators na pinangalanan ng ICC, some of them, including Senator Bongo and Senator Bato Dela Rosa. So yun yung scope ng alam ni Las Cañas dahil compared to Matobato na parang, let's just call him parang soldier, itong si Las Cañas ay nasa upper hierarchy kasi siya nung Davao Death Squad. So malakas, if we're gonna go with their, with their testimony, malakas silang witnesses ng prosecution.
Attorney Ted, so these 3 or 4 won't be called yet, but the prosecution will summarize
They will name them
and summarize their
most likely summarize what they will say. Summarize what they will say.
Please continue sending your insights or comments through the Justice and Crime chat room of the Rappler app. You can talk to Rappler reporters and readers there. And if we have the chance, we can read some of your comments or insights live. The prosecution will start today. They have 1 hour. And then they will continue tomorrow, another at least hour and a half, I think. I don't know how this works, and I already asked this question before, but maybe we can just, you can walk us through it. No? What we're experiencing now, and what we're observing now, is not exactly an arraignment in our system, because an arraignment happens in an actual trial or a court
before trial. Before a trial.
But it also takes part of some of the features of a preliminary investigation. Parang ganun ba yun?
Yeah.
Hybrid.
Again, this doesn't have a direct counterpart in Philippine procedure now. Because in Philippine procedure, before a criminal case is filed, there is first an executive determination of probable cause that's done by the DOJ prosecutors, whether city prosecutor, regional prosecutor, or a prosecutor at the DOJ national. No? So ang role ng DOJ prosecutor is to determine with what we call probable cause to file a case. If there is none found, then it will be dismissed. Pero pag nasabi ng prosecutor, batay dun sa statement, witnesses, ebidensya, counter affidavit, merong probable cause, then I will file, no? I will file the case before the court. That's the only time na nagkakaroon ng accused kasi nasa korte na. Then the court will then issue a warrant of arrest, arestuhin yan. Pag nasa custody na ng court yung akusado, then i-arraign yan, no? I-arraign siya, yung arraignment is babasahan siya ng kaso, and the accused will be asked, what do you plead? Guilty or not guilty? No? So, in our system, from the DOJ, from the prosecutor to the court, one step lang.
Okay.
Here, there is an intermediate step, and this is where we are now.
Okay.
From the initial arrest, which is based on a determination of a reasonable ground to believe that the respondent, the one to be arrested, has probably committed the crime, no? Pwedeng mag-issue ng warrant of arrest yung court, no? And then arrestuhin siya. So that happened with Duterte, no? Tapos na yun. And then, dun sa reasons detailing for the arrest, nakita na natin yung 3 counts, di ba? Before it reaches the court, this is where the confirmation of charges come in, where there's a pre-trial chamber that now determines the substantial ground to believe that the respondent has actually committed the offense. No? So ito yung wala sa system natin. Itong intermediate step before it reaches the court.
Okay.
And so, 3 things can happen here. During the confirmation of charges, if the pre-trial chamber determines that there is substantial reason to believe, then the charges will go through.
Okay.
Then it will reach the court.
Any one of the 3.
Any one of the 3 or all 3, right? And then it's the first time na may accused.
Okay.
He will then become an accused. The other extreme is none of the charges will go through, right? So walang basis, sabi ng court, in which case dismiss. There's a middle portion, no? The middle portion is the court may say there is some basis, but it's not enough. Ibabalik na ngayon sa prosecutor, right? There is some basis, but it's not enough. Ibabalik na ngayon sa prosecutor. Kumbaga, case build up. The second is there is substantial basis, but it's for a different offense.
Okay.
In which case, sasabihin ng court, yung pre-trial chamber rather, i-amend mo para mag-conform dun sa ebidensya na pinakita mo na. And then it goes to the court. Right?
In that middle ground case, what happens to the detainee?
He's still there. He's still there. Hindi pa naman dismiss eh. He's still there. So, once the only time that the detainee is released is, for example, matapos yung kaso, no? Ma-acquit siya. Or dito nga, kung walang charges na lulusot, di ba? So yun. So yun yung procedure na wala dito. So bago pa magka-arraignment, bago pa niya harapin yung kaso sa court, this is the middle ground, no? So the closest analogy I can think of is a preliminary conference in a court, no? In a court. But again, hindi siya eksakto eh. But it has some of those elements, no? Kasi may evidence ka na pinapakita without presenting the evidence, right? And then you're talking about the basis for the charges, no? Basis for the case. In our procedure, the court does that when the court issues a warrant of arrest. Kasi before the court issues a warrant of arrest, the court also does what is called determination of probable cause. Pero ang iniisip niya probable cause is whether this person should be arrested. Eh dito na aresto na eh. So hindi na yun yung concept na yun eh. So it's really new. It's really a different concept eh. So it's intended to safeguard actually Duterte. In fact, this is like a second layer. Diba? To essentially to vet the prosecution's evidence, to find out if there is substantial basis. Kaya medyo tumataas yung threshold, no? From reasonable basis to believe that he committed the offense, the prosecution must now show during this confirmation of charges proceeding that there is substantial basis to believe. And then, of course, pag umabot sa trial, proof beyond reasonable doubt na yun, which is the heaviest threshold.
Jairo, there are 3 counts. No?
Yeah.
You know these 3 counts very well. Which do you think is the strongest?
I think the strongest, if we're going to go with the witness testimony and the available records, Duterte, admitting the killings, it will probably be the first 2 counts. The Davao killings committed by the DDS, and then the murder of 14 victims, high-profile targets. This include the Parohinog and the Espinosa cases. Maraming evidence that could, point Duterte to that, especially yung public statements niya. Basically, an indirect kill order against the Parohinogs and the Espinosas. And then yung DDS killings naman, that's where Las Cañas and yung statement ni Bato would come in. Yung really from yung count 3, I'm not really sure if the prosecution ay merong ganung kasing quality of evidence for the 40, over 40 cases. I'm not quite sure with that. Pero kung titingnan natin, meron naman on the general admissions of Duterte, the Oplan barrel, yung financial incentives, yun. Pero the first 2 counts are really solid as far as the evidence are concerned.
Each of these 3 counts are murder as a crime against humanity.
Yes.
Right? So you only need 1 for the trial to
proceed to trial, yes.
To proceed.
Yeah.
Yung the first count, between 2013 and 2016. So it's not even the entirety of his 22 years as mayor, right?
No.
Just
part of
very
it.
specific. This is Las Cañas and
Bato.
As the second count, crime against humanity of high-value targets between 2016 and 2017. Ito yung
first year of presidency.
Does this include yung one-time, big-time? Oh, no.
I think so. From 2016 to 2017,
Mukhang kasama
yun.
No?
This actually don't cover yung kay Kian, technically.
Wala pa dyan.
Wala pa
dyan.
Yeah.
Kasi hanggang August yung kay Kian. But ito yung one-time, big-time. Ito yung sa Bulacan, yung Caloocan.
Attorney, I've heard criticism from the very start, no? Na paano naman naging crime against humanity to? The account 1, it's 9 incidents, 19 victims. Now, the other one is 5 incidents, 14 victims. And they're saying, well, it's a difficult calculus, ano? Pero parang inisip nila, hindi naman ganun kadami yun. Hindi naman to mass murder. Bakit naging crimes against humanity?
Yeah, they look at the pattern. They look at, so there is a pattern kung paulit-ulit siya nangyayari, and because it is done by the acts of the state, then may pattern. No? So it's not necessarily just based on the number of victims. No? And then there is of course, there is a definition of crimes against humanity under under the Rome Statute. No? So Article 6, 7, and 8. No? So if you look at the definition, no, there are specific acts that are required to be proven for that to happen. So hindi lang yung numbers ang tinitingnan natin. In fact, ang isang narinig ko pa nga dyan, 3 murder lang. Diba? Hindi pa nga yung body count. 3 murder lang. Paano naging crimes against humanity? So, but if you look at the detailed allegations, it's really the pattern, the repetition of the behavior.
Thank you, Attorney Ted. We're about to rejoin the live stream for the last and third hour.
Please be seated. Veuillez vous asseoir.
Bonjour à tous à nouveau.
Once again, good day, everyone. We will now move on to submissions on the merits. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed. You have 1 hour today.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Your Honors. My name is Julian Nichols, and good afternoon to you and to my colleagues on the other side and to everybody in the courtroom. Your Honors, we're here today because the evidence shows, despite what we heard for the last 30 minutes before the break, that Mr. Duterte murdered thousands of his own people, Filipino men, women, and children. He was at the center of a common plan, which included the murder of alleged criminals throughout the Philippines. The plan was first implemented in Mr. Duterte's hometown of Davao. While mayor, he promised to clean up the city by killing alleged criminals. He kept that promise, and he murdered hundreds through so-called liquidation squads, death squads. These liquidation squads became notoriously known colloquially as the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. After years, 2 decades, of murdering alleged criminals as mayor of Davao, it became clear to him that this political strategy could be leveraged for higher office and for more power, the presidency. And that is exactly what he did. During his campaign to be president, Mr. Duterte expressly promised many times that he would kill criminals if elected. He claimed that Davao was Exhibit A in why he should be elected, and he pledged that if he won, he would expand the killings nationwide. He won, and that is what he did. And as you will hear tomorrow from Mr. Jeremy and Ms. Croft, the murders skyrocketed in the months immediately after Mr. Duterte became president in June 2016. And that was no coincidence. That was him fulfilling his campaign pledge. As president, he murdered thousands using many of the same co-perpetrators and methods from his time as mayor of Davao. So he moved the method and some of the co-perpetrators to Manila in order to expand the crimes. The victims in this case ranged from powerful individuals to predominantly the poorest citizens of the Philippines. Now, why were the poor selected and victimized? Well, it was often because they were the most vulnerable, and they didn't have the families and the power to make police reports, and they were the most afraid. Mr. Duterte boasted about the killings that resulted in thousands of deaths at his order, and not once at any time has he shown any remorse. He promised also, you will hear, to take responsibility, personal responsibility, for the killings, if need be. Well, that time has come. We are confident that if your honors confirm the charges in this case, that we will prevail and Mr. Duterte will be convicted at trial. Let me talk a little bit about what my friend, one of the things he said during his 30 minutes. In our presentation today, you will hear Mr. Duterte, in his own words, calling for killings, bragging about killings, and as I said, vowing to take responsibility for those killings if necessary. And the defense, I have in my outline, may claim, but they already have, the defense claimed that this is hyperbole, bluster, exaggeration, part of his blunt or direct strongman political speech, which had brought him political success in Davao and then nationwide. And the defense will also point your honors to many instances where Mr. Duterte and his allies tried to build a veneer, a kind of fig leaf of plausible deniability by sprinkling in references to the effect that the police should only shoot to kill in self-defense. Those references to self-defense appear throughout Mr. Duterte's speeches. They're all over the place. We don't run away from that. We don't shy away from that. That's part of our theory. So the defense will say, and again, they already have, that we've cherry-picked the statements we show you, but we have not. We acknowledge these many references to self-defense in Mr. Duterte's speeches. But the evidence which is in our pre-confirmation brief, and some of which will lead today, overwhelmingly shows that those references to self-defense and following the law and to due process are nothing but nonsense. Keep in mind, as mayor, he created a death squad. A leader who creates, leads, arms, and funds a death squad is not interested in due process or following the law. Those empty utterances were simply Mr. Duterte, who's chosen not to be here today. Those were simply him acting as the former prosecutor, trying to build in some semblance of a defense, preparing for the day, should it ever come, as it now has, that he would be held to account. It was to give his lawyers something to say. But look at it over here, where I said don't shoot except in self-defense. The reality is that Mr. Duterte's message was clear, and it was understood by the perpetrators, and it was followed. That message was, commit murder at my direction, and I will protect you, I will pay you, I will promote you. And that's what happened. And I'll say this as well, Your Honors. For purposes of this confirmation hearing, disregard every speech ever made by Mr. Duterte. Throw them all out. There is still ample evidence of substantial grounds based on the other evidence which we have put on our list of evidence. And the evidence as a whole, when you weigh it together, will show that what my friend said is not correct, that Mr. Duterte intended for his subordinates to follow the law, and that he was interested and that his speeches were simply bluster. I'll talk briefly now about the charges in the case. As the deputy prosecutor stated, we have 49 incidents totaling 76 murder victims and 2 victims of attempted murder. And of course, those are expanded upon in our pretrial brief, or PCB. Now, as my friends said in the LRV, while there are countless victims who've experienced harm as a result of Mr. Duterte's crimes, we have focused the charges in this case to these 49 incidents and these number of victims in order to ensure that this trial can be expeditious and that it can be efficient and that it won't go on for years and years. So these charged murders are emblematic. They're representative of Mr. Duterte's larger killing campaign. I was going to talk about the legal standard for today, but Your Honors explained it extremely clearly in the beginning of the introduction, so I won't go into it other than to say, of course, the standard we have to meet is substantial grounds, which I am confident we will. The only thing I would add is that this stage of the proceedings, in addition to not being a mini trial or a trial before a trial, it's also not the time for the chamber to in-depth determine the credibility of witnesses. That can only properly be addressed at trial by the trial chamber when the witnesses are called to testify before the judges and their evidence is properly tested. And there I would point, Your Honors, to the Said confirmation decision, 9 December 2021, at paragraph 39. We'll move on now. We can go to the next slide, James. I'll talk a little bit about Mr. Duterte's background. He was born on the 28th of March, 1945, and he prides himself, or portrays himself at least, as someone who understands the problems of the poor. But as my friend stated, he actually comes from a very privileged family. His father was a lawyer, a politician, even a provincial governor. And as a young man, Mr. Duterte became a lawyer. He went to law school, practiced as a prosecutor in Davao City for almost a decade, from 1977 to 1986. And you find that in our pre-confirmation brief at paragraph 2. While he was a prosecutor, excuse me, he taught criminal law and procedure to police officers in Davao City. And despite this privileged background, despite his deep familiarity with the law and criminal law, Mr. Duterte embraced criminality from the beginning of his career. It's just one example. As a prosecutor, the evidence shows he taught police officers to plant evidence. We can go to the next slide, please, James. I won't read the whole slide out, Your Honors. This is tab 57, PHL OTP 000-15506 R01. But this witness with direct knowledge stated, quote, "He's like planting of evidence. It is necessary," and the he is Duterte. He called it necessary evil. So they said that there are times in police work that you have to do the necessary evil for the sake of the common good, end quote. And I think you'll see, Your Honors, that that's a theme that runs through Mr. Duterte's career. He's willing to do whatever he considers the necessary evil, either for the common good or for his political advancement, or both. And Mr. Duterte confirmed years later, in 2024, when being questioned under oath during a hearing in the Philippines House of Representatives, that planting evidence was his strategy as mayor. Now, at first he denied it in this hearing, but then he admitted to planting evidence in this exchange. If we can go to the next slide. This is tab 46.1, Your Honors. Chairperson, quote, so you really did plant evidence. Mr. Duterte's answer, well, that was part of the strategy as a mayor and as a leader of the law enforcement agency in the city, end quote. His privilege, his legal background makes this betrayal of the law and embrace of murder even more inexcusable. He knew, as a lawyer, as a former prosecutor, that his so-called crackdown on crime was a criminal attack on civilians of the Philippines. And overwhelmingly, the evidence shows, on poor civilians. The poorest of the poor were his victims. He knew his conduct, at its core, was criminal. And not only did Mr. Duterte clearly intend his criminality, he openly bragged about it right up until his arrest, and we'll get to that later, but right up until his arrest, he bragged about it. He thrives on a tough guy persona or image that he's tried to create for himself. My friend talked about him riding motorcycles. Well, one example I'll show you is from 2007 now, if we could play that, James. And I should say this is tab 18.
Elite, never losing an election.
So, riding a Harley Davidson, shooting a semi-automatic pistol. This is the image he's trying to create from the beginning. He likes to pose with weapons. If we can go to the next one, James. This is tab 80. And here in this photo, which was published in a newspaper, you can see Mr. Duterte holding an assault rifle. And I'll just note that we also see in this photo, to the immediate left of the photo, Ronald Bato Dela Rosa. Bato is the nickname. And to Mr. Duterte's immediate right, Isidro La Peña. And we'll hear more about them later. Even days before he was arrested, 3 days before he was transferred to The Hague, this tough guy persona was on display again during a speech in Hong Kong. He brushed off the possibility of an ICC arrest warrant, and he referred to the ICC, quote, as motherfuckers who have been after him for a long time, end quote. This is him on March 9th, 2025, if you could play that, James. This is tab 136.
Sa totoo lang, baka ang balita ko may warrant daw ako pag hindi, totoo. Yung sa ICC or something. Matagal na akong hinahabol ng mga
That's him 3 days before coming to The Hague. Of course, after arriving in the Hague, his lawyers very soon began arguing that Mr. Duterte was not fit enough for these proceedings. He wasn't physically or mentally fit enough to be put on trial or for his charges to be confirmed. But fortunately, a panel of 3 medical experts that Your Honors appointed found unanimously that he is. The point is that despite what the defense may say, here or to the press, Mr. Duterte is perfectly fine. He's able to attend the proceedings today. There is nothing stopping him except that he doesn't want to be here. He chose not to face the court, not to face the victims. There is no reason for him not to be here other than his request and choice. I'll move on now briefly to his time as mayor in Davao, Your Honors. If we can quickly bring up the map, James. There we see Davao in the south. We can zoom in. I don't think there's any dispute where Davao is. He was first elected mayor of Davao City in 1988 and served as mayor for more than 20 years, between 88 and 2016. And as the deputy prosecutor has noted, jurisdiction for this case is 1st November 2011 to 16 March 2019. We're limited to that jurisdiction. So that is the period we will concentrate on today, although, of course, before and after may be relevant. As mayor of Davao, Mr. Duterte promised a crackdown on crime. To quote, crackdown, end quote, on crime and drugs, Mr. Duterte created liquidation squads, death squads, made up both of Davao City police officers as well as non-police officers who were essentially hired hitmen, hired killers. And this system of his became known as the DeVal model. The DeVal model was murder, not being tough on crime legally, as my friend said. And you have to think, it's a little strange cracking down on crime by committing the crime of murder. Of course, Mr. Duterte did not commit these crimes alone. We discussed the co-perpetrators, including during the mayoral period, in our pre-confirmation brief, Your Honors. And you'll find that at paragraphs 8 to 23. I'll talk about just a few of them now, just to introduce them. First, if we go to the slide, thank you. Ronald Bato Dela Rosa, who was a chief of the Davao City Police Office, or DCPO, from 2012 to 2013. Next, Vicente Danao, another police chief in Davao during the period. Next, Christopher Bong Go, who was Mr. Duterte's aide, special assistant, and important advisor from 1998 to 2016 for the Davao period, and then continued later in the presidency. Mr. Dante Guiran, regional director of the National Bureau of Investigation. And finally, Italiano Aguirre, who is a lawyer for Mr. Duterte and for some of the DDS members during the mayoral period. And Ms. Croft will discuss these co-perpetrators and their roles in more depth in her presentation, which will be tomorrow. Let me talk now a little bit about the structure of the Davao Death Squad, or DDS. And as we say in our brief, it's a pyramidal structure. If we go, James, to the next one. Again, this colloquially became known as the Davao Death Squad, and it had a hierarchical pyramid-like structure. At the very top, as mayor, Rodrigo Duterte. And as mayor, he had, of course, de jure control over the Davao police. And the evidence shows, para 34, we talk about this in our brief, he also had de facto control. Under him were co-perpetrators, just some of whom I have mentioned. The co-perpetrators had different roles, but one of them was to relay orders and instructions down from Mr. Duterte to the DDS handlers, and also to relay reports back up to Mr. Duterte. So a typical chain of command. The instructions go down, the reports go up. And the handlers were responsible for the different death squads, or DDS members. And at the very bottom, the lowest rung, the DDS members who actually perpetrated the killings, who carried out physically the murders. And they were made up of both police officers, who were generally lower level police officers, as well as non-police persons who were hired. These members at the bottom were often recruited because they had a debt or owed something to Mr. Duterte or the police, and they could therefore be controlled. And those members at the very bottom were at risk themselves, because if they did not follow orders, or if they tried to leave the DDS, they could be tortured or killed, or both. And there is evidence of that in this case. I'll talk now, just for a few moments, about the founding of the DDS, Duterte's death squad, the genesis of the death squads. One witness described his initiation into the DDS. He described it happening in 1988 at a dinner meeting in a hotel in Davao City. And this was a huge deal for this witness. I mean, it was almost unimaginable being invited to a dinner in a hotel in the center of Davao where he was going to meet the mayor. Mr. Duterte was present, and he openly told the new members of the death squad he was forming that their job was to kill criminals. If we can go to the next slide, James. This is tab 50, Your Honors. This is what the witness recalls of the meeting. Quote, he, Duterte, told us that your job here in the city would be to kill the drug pushers, the snatchers, and the holduppers. That's what our job is going to be, end quote. And in private, with his paid killers, Mr. Duterte didn't say anything about self-defense. He then provided these death squad members with guns and ammunition, and again, in a festive way, a basket was passed around filled with handguns, and the new members could pull one out, like getting a prize, so they would each have a weapon for their new job. It was a celebratory event for Mr. Duterte. The witness explained Mr. Duterte was happy at this dinner meeting. He was laughing, and he even sprayed a bottle of champagne to celebrate. That's at para 5 for our PCB. One witness recalls, we can go to the next slide, James, thank you. Recalled of this event, quote, he, Duterte again, said it was like a baptismal, like a launching. He was very happy at that moment, end quote. That's tab 51. Mr. Duterte was very happy at the birth of the DDS. It's important to note, Your Honors, Mr. Duterte has freely admitted his role in the Davao death squad. He doesn't deny it. Well, now he does, but he did not before he came here. During an interview with a local news station in 2015, he admitted that he is the Davao death squad. And if we could play that now, please, James. This is tab 11.
So how do you react to that?
Tinod. Tinod na.
They say I'm the death squad. True. That's true. You know, Your Honors, in some ways, this case is not exactly complicated. That's not the only time Mr. Duterte admitted his role with the death squad. He repeated under oath that he had a death squad at the Blue Ribbon Committee in the Philippine Senate in 2024, about 10 years after the clip we just saw. However, in this exchange, he denied that the death squad included police officers in some type of apparent effort to protect them. This is tab 41.1, if you could bring it up, please. Mr. Duterte, under oath, quote, I can make the confession now if you want. I really took care of it. But please don't involve the police. They're the ones who suffer, sir. I have a death squad, but not the police. These were gangsters. He says it again. In the same hearing, he confirms this admission. We go to the next one, please. Tab 41.1. The senator asks, quote, so what the former president dropped earlier, that they have a death squad, was a bombshell. Whatever name it goes by, whether police or non-police. Because it looks like what we are investigating now is the instrument used for the war on drugs, which led to numerous extrajudicial killings, for the record, Mr. Chair, end quote. Mr. Duterte's response, quote, "You are correct, ma'am. You are absolutely right," end quote. It's not on a slide, but he also stated bluntly, same tab, 41.1, same hearing, quote, "My death squad, ma'am, is, of course, it is organized. That's all I can say," end quote. So that is 4 times, 3 of them under oath, that he admitted having a death squad in Davao, including saying he is the death squad. That's not hyperbole. That's not bluster. That's him telling the truth when he feels safe, and that he can bank on his continued impunity. Talk just for a few moments now, Your Honors, about how the Davao Death Squad operated under its architect, Mr. Duterte. Victims were usually targeted in one of 2 ways. Sometimes an informant would provide information on a target, and the handler would then get clearance from Mr. Duterte through one of the co-perpetrators in the pyramid we saw earlier to kill the target. Sometimes Mr. Duterte himself would give the target's name, would say who to kill, which would be communicated by one of the co-perpetrators to a handler, and then down to the DDS member tasked with actually carrying out the killing. But whichever way it took place, Mr. Duterte's clearance, his approval was required, his permission was required for DDS members to conduct these murders. And several witnesses confirmed that, and I'll go through them in a minute. But first, Your Honor, just to react to something my friend said in the previous session. This was at I think 12:22 onwards on the transcript. He stated to the effect, the prosecution couldn't even get one witness to admit they heard Rodrigo Duterte give an order to kill. Here's where it gets a little bit cute. At any time relevant to the charges or with respect to any of the incidents. So my friend didn't say the prosecution doesn't have any witness who heard Mr. Duterte give an order to kill. He's saying during this time period. I'd point Your Honors and my friend to PHL OTP 000 15517 at page 0002, lines 18 to 21, where a witness is asked, now did you ever hear Sarah, this is Sarah Duterte, give any instructions for killings to take place? Witness, personally no. Interviewer, okay. Witness, but the father, of course, many times. But this was before 2011. I would suggest that doesn't make much difference. Going back to the confirmations of his clearance, if we could go to next slide. Yes. This is tab 35, Your Honors. A witness stated, quote, only one person was making the decisions. You had to ask Duterte, because if we didn't make that request, if we didn't ask for authorization, we would be chased or we would be pursued, end quote. Another witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, tab 58, quote, we cannot conduct a clearing or killing operations without his clearance. Speaking of Mr. Duterte, we called it clearance, end quote. Finally, on the next slide, perhaps the simplest, the witness recalled, quote, a different witness recalled, quote, you cannot just kill anyone in Davao City without Duterte's approval. Otherwise, you will be charged, end quote. It's tab 117. In exchange for carrying out the murders as directed, the DDS members would be paid reward money. One witness stated, if we go to the next one, please, James, he recalled, this is tab 56, quote, every kill, the first reward money, to my recall, it was $10,000 per kill, end quote. And in addition to paying rewards for specific murders to the person who carried out the murder, Mr. Duterte also paid some of the DDS hitmen who were not police officers salaries by making them false employees of City Hall that he ran as mayor. These were so-called ghost employees. They got ID, they received salaries from the city of Davao, they were put on the books, but it was all a ruse because their only job was to kill. So it was Mr. Duterte using the city government and the apparatus to fund his death squad. He also, I'll just note quickly, provided death squad members with firearms, as I talked about earlier at the beginning of the DDS, but also with vehicles and ammunition so that they could carry out their crimes. We'll go to count one now, and I'll talk just a little bit about count one. And Mr. Jeremy will talk about counts 2 and 3 tomorrow. Count one is in relation to murders in and around Davao City during the mayoral period by the DDS. It encompasses 9 incidents of murder by Mr. Duterte's death squad of 19 victims in total. 3 of those 19 victims were children. I'll go to just one quick example. Incident 3 in our pre-confirmation brief, murders in Agdao Market. I'm just going to go through one of them. Your Honors, this is at paragraphs 91 to 92 of our pre-confirmation brief and page 36 of the notebook we passed around this morning. Incident 3 is about the murders, or what happened at Incident 3 is the murder of 3 people in that market on or about 4 December 2013. Before carrying out the murders, 3 DDS members who we'll see received instructions from their handler that there was a job to be done. And the victims in this crime were 3 alleged thieves. So we have 3 hitmen and 3 victims. The informant helped the DDS hitmen to locate the targets, the victims, who were at a shop in Agdao Market that day. And when the hitmen reached the shop, each one shot and killed one of the targets and murdered them in broad daylight. After the killing, the hitmen reported back to their handler up the pyramid chain that the job was done. And their handler, in this case, then informed Sonny Buenaventura, who at that time was one of Mr. Duterte's most trusted men. The reward for this incident, for these 3 murders, was 90,000 pesos total. That's at our brief at para 91. Now, what's interesting about this incident is that a few weeks later, after the murders, a video of Mr. Duterte watching the crime on CCTV was posted to YouTube. And I'll show that video, Your Honors, in a minute. But in the video, you'll see Mr. Duterte standing in the CCTV room looking at a bank of television screens. The video then zooms in on the CCTV footage of the crime, and you see 3 DDS members walking up the street in the market. You see them turn to the right, pull out their guns, their pistols, shoot the 3 victims who are off the screen, and then they walk and jog away, and they don't look very worried. And the video then zooms out, and you see different people running to see what has happened because they've heard the shots. Okay, can we play that, please?
Sa Makati, ganito din.
At most 1 week sa gagawin. Katong patay sa Daw. Sige, tanawin pa yun. Tanawin doon kailangan. Kanawa. Fiskal, pati pamot ka sa imo. Montir mo ganyan klaro. Mulang kanawa. Kaya, upada. May pagkita ni Esar Salis. Karaka, kawanang. Isa mo yung naglanay mo. Karaka. Lara, tutulog. Ano ba? Tanong reaksyon sa mga tao.
And you have to wonder if what my friend said is true, that Mr. Duterte is an honest mayor trying to solve crime. You have to wonder, Mr. Duterte portrayed himself as tough on crime, law and order enforcer. This triple murder was filmed. Mayor Duterte watched it himself. You can see the perpetrators shooting, committing the crime. Yet, Mr. Duterte, the former prosecutor, Mr. Tough on Crime, could not get this triple murder committed in a market in broad daylight with multiple eyewitnesses solved? Of course not, because it was his murder. And that brings me to the next point, which is clear. DDS members did not fear punishment because they were committed at Mr. Duterte's orders or direction. He authorized this Incident 3 killing and the others in Davao City. That's at our PCB, our brief, 71 to 72. And that's why, of course, the death squad members were not being arrested, worried about being arrested for the murders they carried out. And if we go to the next slide, James, one of them says very simply, quote, when asked if he's worried about being prosecuted for the killings he committed, his answer was, quote, no. As long as it has been cleared, I wouldn't worry, end quote. Tab 30. And it's highly understandable that the DDS members were not worried about being prosecuted for the murders they committed, because Mayor Duterte took pride in these killings. He was interviewed as mayor in late 2015, and a reporter put a question to him, asked him about a human rights group report which suggested that he had killed 700 people in Davao. I'll play the video, and we'll see his response. You'll also see, just before we play that, Mr. Christopher Bongo is in this video to Mr. Duterte's right. Look at the question. Look at Mr. Duterte's answer.
700 no, pinatay ko. Nagkulang ho sila sa kwenta. Medyo mga 1,700.
No denial. Instead, he takes credit for 1,000 more killings. That isn't bluster. That's not hyperbole. That's the truth. I'll move on now, Your Honors, coming to the end, and talk a little bit about his road to the presidency. He saw that the political success of his Davao model, as my friend said, he kept getting reelected. It was working. He saw that the political success of the DeVal model of killing alleged criminals could be leveraged for more power, higher office. As I said in the beginning, that's exactly what he did. During his presidential campaign, he campaigned on a promise, a pledge to implement the common plan to kill alleged criminals nationwide if elected. I'm going to play a video now, Your Honors, that are just some of the speeches he made. It's a compilation of four. This is a tab 12 of 4 videos. It's about 4 minutes, but it gives an idea. These are not all the statements, but it gives an idea of the man who ran for president in 2016. If we can play that, James.
3 to 6 months, sabi ko, I will eradicate corruption, criminality, and drugs. If I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me what my credentials to the presidency? Then I'd say, Davao is Exhibit A. Ngayon, dito sa Davao, hindi sabihin ito malinis itong bayan na to. It's not perfect. So that maybe I said, kung dating ako doon sa Pasig, I can promise you, not heaven, but I will promise you a comfortable life. Corruption has to stop. Criminality has to stop. Either makuha ko ang gusto ko or you perish. Magprangkahan na lang tayo. Anong ibig sabihin yan? Patayan yan. I promise you, hindi naman believe yung ibang tao. Sabi ko, I would stop drugs and crime, criminality in 3 to 6 months. That's too ambitious. My God, subukan ninyo ako. That's what I told the Davao criminals before. Pinapatawag ko pa, do you want to go out of the city? Gusto mong pumunta ng Manila, maganda ang buhay doon. Doon ka na lang, gusto mo? Di yun hindi naniwala. Di patay. Anong pag-usapan natin dyan? Bakit para sa akin? Did I do it for my own? For my own benefit? To enrich myself? What does the life of a criminal got to do with your pocket? Nabi ko lang, I want a peaceful city. Umalis kayo, pag hindi, papatayin ko talaga kayo. Di pinatay ko. Huwag na tayo magtagot pa. Papangkaprang ka na lang. Ngayon ako, I have this, kung ako ang presidente, huwag mo na kayo mag-demonstrate. Give me time. Give me time kasi mag-hearit talaga ako. At sa kung gusto naman siya, hindi ka talagang gagawin ko. Hihirit ako. Ang sabi ko sa military pati police, only criminals, drug-related offenses. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them. Period. Alam naman nila. Alam mo ito, pag ako ang na-presidente, I would warn you, I do not covet the position. Pag na-presidente ako, magtago na kayo. Yung 1,000 it would reach 50,000. I would kill all you making the life of the Filipino miserable. Napatayin ko talaga kayo. Kasi manalo ako dahil nga yung breakdown sa law and order. I do not want to commit a crime. But if by chance, per chance, God would place me there, magbantay kayo, kasi itong 1,000 na ito maging 100,000. Diyan mo makita tataba yung isda dyan sa Manila Bay. Diyan ko kayo itapon. I do not want to be president. I do not want to kill people. So do not elect me as president.
If I become the president, I will order the military and
3 to 6 months.
Oops. Sorry. So, if I become the president, I will order the military and the police to hunt down the drug lords, the big ones, and kill them. Tell me, what is my credentials to the presidency? Then I'll say, DeVal is Exhibit A. Either I get what I want or you perish. Let's be straightforward. What does that mean? That means killings. You should get out. If not, I will really kill you. So I killed them. Let's not play hide and seek anymore. Let's just be frank. I will tell the police and the military, go out and kill them, period. I will really kill you. I do not want to kill people, so do not elect me as president. That's the man before you for this hearing, even if he's not in court today. He repeatedly promised to kill people, his own people, if elected president. He said it, he did it, that's who he is. He won the election, became president on 30 June 2016, and did exactly as he said he would. He murdered thousands of people by taking the DeVal model nationwide. I'm finished, Your Honor, and perhaps I would suggest that the next presentation start tomorrow, if you don't mind, because we only have 5 minutes.
Judge Motok, thank you, Mr. Prosecutor, your presentation and your suggestion. We have now come to the end of this first day of hearings. I would like to thank all the parties and participants, as well as our interpreters, the registry, and the technical staff, as well as all those who contributed towards the success of this hearing. The hearing is adjourned, and we will resume tomorrow according to our schedule. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
We've just seen and heard the prosecution begin its submission on the merits in the confirmation of charges hearing at the International Criminal Court. It will continue tomorrow, but still with me in the studio tonight are human rights lawyer Ted Te and Rappler justice reporter Jairo Boliedo. What do you think of the beginning of the presentation of the prosecution, Attorney Ted?
Interesting. Well, compared to the deputy prosecutor, this presentation, had a lot more fire, a lot more passion, a lot more energy, and I think that was deliberate. The overview given by the deputy prosecutor was really just a bare bones, like a bird's eye view of everything that would happen. But this one, I think, was deliberately intended to argue the first count, the mayoral period, and I also found interesting that the counsel here took time to also try to rebut some of the things that Kaufman mentioned in his opening statement, including by admitting that yes, we will include even some of the supposedly exculpatory statements because it's really part of their theory, and I think he did a very good job of laying the narrative of what happened during that period, the so-called mayoral period, by tracing the history of the DDS, establishing pattern, habit, all the terms, clearance, even the payment schemes, just to show intent, the structure. And of course, you also mentioned the other perpetrators who were already identified. 2 senators, a former chief of police, NBI director, as part of this entire scheme or this entire plan. So I thought that, as far as presentation of the merits was concerned, it was pretty clear. What has not been mentioned yet of course, are who are the witnesses. But if you're familiar with some of the statements, you could already identify who was from whose statement those quotations were taken from. So I thought it was pretty effective in terms of arguing the case. Again, I go back to the threshold. The threshold is really just substantial grounds. And so I think that was the intention of that narrative, to tie together the evidence so that rather than just by providing pieces of evidence, they created a thread, they created a narrative and said, this is where what the evidence will show. So I thought it was pretty effective.
Jairo, what did you make of it?
Ako personally, I really, ito nga talaga, mas impactful itong submission ng prosecution kasi in detail na siya. Pero more importantly, methodical siya. Kasi una, in-establish niya kung ano yung DDS, ano yung Davao Death Squad, paano siya nag-start. And then, pinakita niya how Duterte actually taunted yung killings na to. May magandang sinabi dun si prosecutor, sabi niya, he promised to take personal responsibility if need be. The time has come. It struck me talaga. Tapos, very important din na highlight doon ng prosecution kung paano prinomise ni Duterte yung kakulangan ng accountability, paano prinomise ni Duterte na poprotektahan niya yung mga killers. Important kasi yun to connect how Duterte is connected as a core perpetrator dito sa killings na to down to the grassroots level, which are basically yung nasa pinakailalim ng DDS network. Kanina may pinakita po, di ba, na pyramid. Yung pag-highlight ng prosecution kung paano pinangako ni Duterte na poprotektahan niya. That explains yung connection ni Duterte from top to bottom. And then very important din, side note lang naman yun, pero interesting din na pinakita rin ng prosecution how Duterte vilified the ICC before. And in fact, the prosecution showed the March 9 video showing Duterte taunting the ICC. It happened 2 days before Duterte's arrest. And most importantly, maganda rin na malinaw dito sa first count kung sino yung 5 or 6 na co-perpetrators ni Duterte from Bato to Vitaliano Aguirre. So very important na yun, napangalanan sila dito at na-explain ng maayos. And maganda rin na na-note yung admission ni Duterte about death squad niya sa Blue Ribbon kasi nung height ng Blue Ribbon hearing sa kanang Quadcom, Lian and I and other reporters are really concerned kung whether matatanggap ba as possible evidence itong mga admissions ni Duterte sa Blue Ribbon and Quadcom. And it showed na, tinanggap siya ng ICC at pinapakita siyang ebidensya ngayon ng ICC.
I think in a while we will be able to talk to Michelle Abad again, our correspondent in The Hague. But Attorney Ted, I want to go back to the start of the prosecution's submission on the merits. No? Julian Nichols, if I'm mistaken, is his name. Yeah. He started by directly rebutting some of the points of Kaufman. Right. It seemed like an ad hoc or ad-lib thing. No? But again, I also saw what Jairo saw, which is methodical din yung rebuttal niya. Can you talk more about that? Exactly which points did he...
I agree. I agree. He rebutted what Kaufman said about the supposed exculpative statements. No? And he even said, we admit that, and we're putting it into our theory. And he even said, even if you remove all of those statements,
that's right.
No, it is enough. We have enough evidence to show that he's liable. He's responsible for the murders. No, so I agree. It was very methodical. Again, he provided the narrative frame for the individual participation. No, kasi bukas I think what will happen is they will show the participation, what the acts done, no, and then ikakabit na nila yon. Okay. So I think that it was a pretty good intro to what was going to happen next.
Thanks, Attorney Ted. Let's discuss this some more. But right now, Michelle Abad is outside the ICC. Hello, Michelle. Hello again. What's the mood like there after the hearing?
Hi, John. Yes, it's been a long day, even if it's actually just been a few hours, but it feels like a long day because of the many breaks and the many times that people have come together and expressed how they were processing the trial and all. Right here, right now, since the hearing just for the day had just finished, there's like a physical divide. Actually, right behind me are the members of the Duterte Panagutin Network, which is the anti-Duterte, the Duterte critics. Over here in the front is the pro-Duterte. No, so after the hearing, there was actually just like a mini press con of composed of the families, victims of the drug war, with some of the human rights lawyers as well, such as Nericol Menares, Chrissy Conti, and Karapatan's Tinay Palabay. And it was a good day for them, actually. They said it was a good day. There was a bunch of evidence that was presented today. Tinay Palabay of Karapatan said that it was the former president himself that actually created that case for himself, and that it was difficult for the defense to actually try and disprove such claims that were made by the president himself, and that most of the defense issues today, or the claims and arguments that they were making, were really more on the jurisdiction of the case. Today, especially during the proceedings, actually, the pro-Duterte groups have really just been staying outside, and they've had the permit to gather outside here at the ICC. They just had their light gathering. What we usually see at Duterte Street, where they were just sharing meals and having light moments, is basically what we saw at the ICC grounds today. There weren't, from my personal observation, there weren't a lot that were actually tuning into the hearing itself, the live stream. Some of them in the morning said that it was because of that. The first session in the morning focused on the prosecution, and they said that they would rather be more excited for the defense, the merits from the defense team to come on and all. So it was. So I can't conclusively say that they were avoiding to watch it, but from my personal observation, after staying with the groups for most of the day, a lot of them said that they would rather just watch the replay of the live. They were just rather they would have rather stayed with their communities and stayed in solidarity in their bonding moments. There were a few interviews that we were able to have outside the ICC premises, both from supporters and critics of Duterte, particularly the legal figures as well. For example, Salvador Panelo, who is one of the pro-Duterte lawyers that flew into The Hague to watch the hearing, not as a legal representative, but as more of a witness to the event. He basically said that it was a quote-unquote rehash or paulit-ulit na propaganda, no alleged evidence of the arguments versus Duterte, which he believes are weak. And as a lawyer, he said that he would rather have focused on the issue of jurisdiction. He believes that the issue of jurisdiction should be resolved first before there are actually proceedings. He insists that the justice system in the Philippines is working, and that thousands allegedly of criminals were arrested, and that if this is a case where a Filipino suspect created crimes or committed crimes against Filipino victims for crimes done in the Philippines, then it should not be tried in a foreign court. Those were the statements that Attorney Salvador Panelo was making in front of some of our reporters here. Meanwhile, on the other side of the spectrum, we also had human rights lawyer Nericol Menares, who of course welcomed the beginning of the trial today, or rather the hearing for the confirmation of charges, and that it should proceed to trial. In trial, there would be an opportunity for victims to tell their stories of the atrocities. And if the trial does not proceed, then the former president could have the chance to go home. It could also mean bigger threats for the victims. And Attorney Colmenares also mentioned and created emphasis on the historical record that would be brought on by the proceedings that would happen today, so that the human rights violations would be documented in this international court, and for the next generation to be able to study this, and so that it would not be happening again. He also disputed the defense's arguments on jurisdiction, and that based on the Rome Statute, the crimes committed before the withdrawal of the Philippines from the ICC would fall under its jurisdiction. And he does have a positive outlook on the confirmation of charges that will be eventually decided against out of this hearing. My takeaway, honestly, from the first day is that there are very different perception of justice among the two different groups here. No, both of them are actually fighting for justice, but it looks very different based on what they're saying. For, of course, the Duterte critics, it's justice for the victims of the extrajudicial killings. For the pro-Duterte groups, it's justice for Duterte, who they believe is suffering from a human rights violation by being detained here in The Hague. And so it's a matter of whose truth, whose perception becomes the dominant one. And that might be bent on what the ICC might decide in the 60 days after the confirmation of charges hearing. John.
Michelle, just one question before you go. Before we let you go. So very different perspectives. But is there like a common theme that's agreed on by both parties? Is there a middle ground or a common ground that you've observed?
Both of them do believe in justice. But it just seems to be a very different way of thinking of what that justice means. For the Duterte supporters, justice means bringing back the former president as not just him as a man, but also as they believe as the great leader that he was, and that brought supposed prosperity in the Philippines. But for the victims of the drug war, of course, justice means never having impunity after the human rights violations and the atrocities that they and their families experience under Duterte's war.
Michelle, thank you very much. We'll see you again. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Ted, I couldn't help but note that when Michelle was talking, you were agreeing with the polarized view, no? So are we... do we leave it at that there is a difference when it comes to definition of justice?
Well, unfortunately, that's actually a very correct observation. And it really depends on how one would define justice. Because, again, the Duterte camp believes that Duterte has been wronged and that he is innocent of anything that he's being accused of. On the other hand, the victims are saying definitely that they have been victimized by this state policy that Duterte implemented. No? So again, hindi maiwasan yun na magkaiba talaga yung tinitingnan.
Ted, let me stop you there. We'll resume this, but sure. Our reporter Lian Buan is with us again. Hello, Lian.
I'm catching up with you kasi naghabol ako ng mga interview the victims. But if I can just recall yung mga nasabi dun sa last segment ng prosecution, I don't know if this also made a mark on you. Parang sinabi niya na throughout all the speeches and there's still ample evidence for the charges to be confirmed. And I think that's a relief to the victims who were also with me in the gallery. But let's hear from the victim side. I have with me here Nery Colmenares of the National Union of People's Lawyers, who's also one of the lawyers assisting Rise Up. Kung may tanong kayo sa kanya, I'll just relate to Attorney Colmenares. Pero ito, Attorney Nery, what's your assessment of what happened? What to you was the most significant part of today's hearing?
Actually, it's a very good first day. First, the prosecution was able to lay down the elements of the crime against humanity, yung tatlong element, widespread systematic attack against civilians with knowledge of the attack. And witnesses and evidence na ipipresent niya to prove the elements. Yung victims naman, kami, sa bahagi ng victims, maganda rin pag-present ni Attorney Joel in the sense na lahat niya, bakit kailangan i-confirm? Kasi pag hindi na-confirm, then President Duterte is going to be in power again late to threaten the victims and the witnesses and the family of the victims. And second, yung kailangan ma-confirm para may trial, para naman magkaroon ng aninag na hustisya ang mga kaanak. And last point, magandang point yung last. Pag may trial kasi may historical record na hindi pa nagpagtagpi-tagpi kasi ngayon yung ano ba talaga ang comprehensive na nangyari ng drug war. No? So, ang trial itself, the historical record para ituro sa next generation of Filipinos ang nangyari ng drug war. Parang nung panahon ni Hitler na tinuro sa next generation of Germans what happened during World War II. So basically, we're very happy very satisfied and we really feel that very, very strong ang prosecution dito sa kasong ito.
But let me get your reaction to Nick Kaufman's opening statements kanina. Did you expect that at all from him? Were you shocked at some points? What made the mark to you?
Well, I have always said that it is always a mystery to me kung paano mag-present si President Duterte ng ebidensya sa trial na magpapakitang wala siyang kinalaman sa drug war. So kanina, medyo na-confirm ko yon. Nung ang sinabi ng ang depensa ay mainly na parang hyperbole o kaya joke. Tapos actually, wala siyang intensyong may patay sa ending. Parang ang ibig niya sabihin, kung inutos niya man yung drug war, hindi niya yan alam na may patay sa ending ito. Wala siyang intensyong ganon. So, para sa akin, yan ang isa sa pinakamahinang depensa. So, medyo na lalo kong na-confirm na mahirap talagang mag-present ng evidence sa trial para depensahan siya. So, I guess, para sa akin, medyo mako-confirm, naging confident ako na ma-confirm ang charges.
Is that why you think they say always that their biggest defense is jurisdiction?
Yes, actually, yes. Jurisdiction, they used to bring out complementarity na the justice system is working, yung mga ganon. Mas jurisdiction. Pero, been there, done that na yung jurisdiction. So, I don't even see paano pa siya papasok dito except kung manalo sila on appeal. So, wala akong maisip eh. So, yung nangyari kanina, medyo ang pinipaint niya na lang ng depensa, masyado namang exage yung mga description sa kanya. Gawa-gawa ito ng mga ilang media, gawa-gawa ito ng mga CSOs, parang the basic question na hindi talaga masagot ng depensa. Sige na, kung totoo man yan, of course hindi totoo na gawa-gawa ng media yan. Tapos mga ano yung sa term niya, cropped, may mga lighting and finely cropped na mga pictures. The question remains sa ICC kasi, ginawa mo ba yan? Yung libu-libong patayan. I mean, it doesn't matter kung sasabihin mo nilitoke ang pictures, etc. The question remains, ginawa mo ba yan? At dito kanina, mukhang wala akong nakitang presentasyon ang depensa to prove na hindi niya ginawa yun. Except to claim na mistook niya lang yung kanyang statements. Para sa akin, that only shows na mako-confirm ang charges na to. It will not be dismissed by the court or denied by the court.
If the panel has a question to Attorney Colmenares, I'll relay na lang. So go ahead.
Attorney Neri, nabanggit na ni Attorney Neri na ito parang ang atake na lang nito rhetorics na lang talaga. Aside from the jurisdiction was the biggest evidence that they have, the defense. Pero nakikita ba nila tong statements nito ni Kaufman on the political benefits of it, especially dun sa paawa effect on Sara Duterte's possible presidential run? Yung preaching to the choir angle. Nakikita ba nilang ganun?
Do you see that Kaufman's opening statements will have political benefits for Sara Duterte and her ambitions?
Actually, para sa akin, halos buong statement na hindi illegal mga political. Will it benefit Sara? I don't know. Pero para sa akin, siguro, kasi mag-feed yun sa narrative ng mga Duterte at na pwede rin gamitin ni Sara, syempre, na sinungaling palang presidente, nangako ka na hindi ka mag-cooperate sa ICC, tapos bigla mong sinurrender si tatay. Itong mga media na to, gawa-gawa. Yung prosecution pala, may interest na, it was referring to Karim Khan, may interest dito. So, pero sa ganang amin, politically it may be used, pero legally, paano i-gamitin yun? Kung may interest man ang prosecution, for example, like Karim Khan, anong therefore ang resulta? Ibig sabihin, hindi niya na ginawa ang krimen? Wala ng crime against humanity? For so many reasons, para sa amin, hindi talaga nasagot yung basic question. Libo-libo ang patay, ang sabi ng prosecution, ginawa mo to. At wala kami nakitang substantial legal evidence na para ipakita nila na hindi niya ginawa yon or inosente siya doon.
Lian, a question for Attorney Neri. What was the biggest surprise for him today?
What's the biggest surprise for you today?
Actually, sa totoo lang, nung sinasabi ko, ini-expect ko wala silang ebidensyang ma-present. Pero nung sinabi niya na yon, yung hyperbole, doon ako medyo talagang sabi ko, ito, ano na to, medyo sure na to. Kasi
Makes you confident.
Makes us very confident. Kasi pag nag-resort ka na doon, kahit ang mga Pilipino na supporter niya, alam na hindi hyperbole yun. Alam na totoo yun. Talagang mag sinabi niyang kill, patay talaga yun. Kaya doon ako na-surprise na nag-resort doon. I was expecting, sabi ko, kasi doon sa sulat niya, for example, for waiving the, doon naman nakalagay yung mga possible na sasabihin, jurisdiction, di ba? Or complementarity, kung gusto pa nilang gamitin yung Pero hindi parang doon na dumiretso. So, I was really surprised na ganun kasimple pala yun. And I hope tuloy-tuloy.
Yeah. Lian, last question for both Attorney Neri and for you. What do you expect to happen tomorrow? What are you looking forward to tomorrow, day 2? Attorney Neri first.
Expectation for tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow kasi tuloy lang ang prosecution at ang depensa. Submission on the merits na yun, opening statement kasi kanina. So we will lay down the tansya ko, of course. Hindi naman kami privy. Kasi sa counsel kami ng victim, so hindi naman kami privy sa prosecution. But tingin ko ililay down ng prosecution, ano pa ang dagdag na ebidensya o witness na na ilalahad niya to prove yung elements ng crime. Adi kami sa biktima, of course, isa-cite namin siyempre from the victim's point of view, yung merits naman ng kaso. At siyempre yung kwento ng mga biktima kung paano walang awa at karumal-dumal na pinatay yung mga kaanak nila. So more or less yun naman na yung ang gist ng presentation. The defense will present on 26 pa eh. So hintayin namin kung anong sasabihin ng defense. Hindi siya sa 26. So,
all right. Thank you, Attorney Neri Colmenares. I'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. For me naman, I'm really I'm expecting to see what the prosecution has that would prove their theory. Kasi sabi nga nila kanina, throw out all the speeches and there's still ample evidence. Nagtatak talaga sa akin yun because Nick Kaufman really was banking on the speeches and how he says the speeches also exonerate. So we have seen them give examples of witnesses who said they've seen Duterte pass around a basket of guns. They've seen Duterte rain them with champagne. I wonder if they have any more than that, if they have bank statements, I would say, kung ano pa yung ilalatag ng prosecution that goes beyond speeches.
Thank you very much, Lian, and thank you for giving us really graphic inside look at what's happening there on this historic date, on this historic occasion. Lian Buwan, thank you very much. Attorney Ted, Jairo, last words on this first day?
Well, we've heard a lot, and I think, historic is a good way to describe it. Again, I think many of us were hoping that we would get this far, and we have gotten this far. And so hopefully it will go further, and that the chamber will confirm the charges, if not all, kahit na, at least one. Although I think, because we're just looking at substantial basis, I would suppose, given that almost all are based on his exact words, I think there's a good chance that the charges will be confirmed and that we will end up in trial.
Sharing the optimism of Attorney Neri Colmenares.
Well, guarded optimism only because the ICC operates on a different system than our courts, and so an admission at face value is taken as an admission. You don't need to probe it any further. And that was seen by Kaufman's statements, that he was very guarded, very defensive about the admissions of Duterte, which is why he had to paint it as hyperbole and jokes. Unlike in our system, those videotapes wouldn't have been shown just like that. Di ba? Ipapakita mo pa yun, ipadodocument mo pa yun, mahaba pang proseso. Bago mo ipakita yun, But here, the judges already heard it. The pre-trial chamber already heard it. Pinakita lang yun during the submission on the merits. No? And so that by itself creates an impression already on the judges who are hearing it. Diba? Plain, unvarnished, his exact words, without much. I think it paints a very graphic picture.
Jairo, your last words?
Ako personally, I'm really looking forward on how the prosecution would detail the 2 counts, the remaining 2 counts, the murder of high-profile targets, as well as the murder and attempted murder of over 40 and 79 people. Plus, I'm really looking forward to the prosecution naming the witness. Yun talaga, curious talaga ako sino yung third witness that Kaufman was referring to earlier.
Quick follow-up. Attorney Ted was talking about how different this judicial system, this process is. No? Pero pwede ring i-manipulate ng troll armies and so on. Diba? I mean, how can this go wrong?
Ako, personally talaga, mahirap na umabot tayo sa punto ng bansa. It may sound pessimist, but unfortunately, umabot na tayo sa point ng bansa natin na yung mga supporters ni former President Duterte. It would be hard, really hard for the other spectrum to make them believe with the facts. Kasi at this point, yung sinasabi kanina ni Michelle, it's a sign na they're not really interested in hearing those things. They'd rather consume it at their own pace, probably.
They'll watch on Thursday.
And probably they would replay it dun sa mga analysis, quote-unquote, ng mga vloggers, ng mga
content na lang yun,
yung content na lang. Because that's the problem with if sarado na yung isip ng certain group of people. So, dito I think itong ICC hearing na to, para to dun sa mga taong medyo half-hearted pa on choosing Duterte, on whether to elect Duterte or not. This is for them. And of course, for the victims, this is justice for them. Seeing Duterte, go to trial, to full-blown trial, hopefully after the pre-trial chamber confirm the charges.
Well, it's almost 11 p.m. It's been several hours since the first day in the confirmation of charges hearing against Rodrigo Duterte has come to an end. Tomorrow, on the second day, the prosecution resumes its submission on merits, and the victims' counsel will begin its presentation. The defense will present on the third day, which is Thursday, February 26, and the closing statements will take place on Friday. Continue to follow Rappler for special coverage of the pre-trial hearings. I would like to thank Attorney Ted De.
It's a pleasure.
Attorney, in fact, Jairo Bollito.
Yes.
And our reporter and correspondent in The Hague, Lian Buwan and Michelle Abad. This is Rappler's special coverage of Duterte's ICC pre-trial hearing. I am John Neri. Thank you and good night.